good morning, good afternoon, 44 trading room. I hope everyone is feeling well for today and ready for another maybe green trading day. Doesn't seem like at the moment because the indices are red, but as you know, this bullish sentiment is still extremely strong. So welcome everyone. Hi Romika, hi Dor, nice to see you. Okay, hi team, hi Clifton, hi Scott. So let's just see what's happening on this market now. As I mentioned we are in a little bit red at the moment, and the reason for that is PPI numbers. As yesterday, CPI numbers just gave another trigger to the bulls to run, especially the triple Q to new highs, and the Nasdaq officially just broke the 20K level. Today, there is a small pullback as actually the CPI or the PPI numbers, they just came above the expectations. So this might, it's frightening a little bit the bulls, but the question, how much it's going to be this amount of fear, I don't think so it's going to last too long. At the moment, by the way, the S&P 500 is down 0.19%, and I'm just looking for the triple Q here, which I don't think so it's that bad. Also, I see Microsoft is quite weak. Oh yeah, it's worse, 0.46 traders. So triple Q, it's definitely pulling back. So, but let's see these data. Why it's happening? It's not just the PPI data, by the way, which came along expectation with the monthly, the core PPI, but the PPI monthly, the simple PPI is just doubled the expectation. 0.2% was the expectation of the analysts, and it came along with 0.4%, which is actually the double of the expectations. And even the unemployment claims are out, which much higher than expected. So maybe this is causing a little trouble here in the pre-market. But as you can see, the SPY, actually, it's just trying to recover a little bit now from the lows. Let's see how much it can do that. Triple Q, if we just check the triple Q at the moment, you can see that it's definitely more to the deep red after yesterday big new all-time highs again, but now it's just pulling back to us to this 527 area, which was the previous all-time high, by the way. So this is going to act like a stronger support, in my opinion, the 527 area. Also, if it's going to break this 527 to the downside, we can see might a broader pullback, but nothing has decided yet. And please, traders, don't forget that this is the third week. I mean, not just the third week, but if we just check the last 3-4 weeks performance, especially of the triple Q, you can see this extremely steep increase in the price action. It started for 98 in the middle of November. And now, as we are just heading to the middle of December, it's just touching the 530 level, amazingly strong on the triple Q. But in my opinion, it's starting to be a little bit too steep, too much to the upside. Well, let's see when is going to be that point where the big boys are starting unloading. So far, doesn't seem like it has happened. Let's see what's going to happen after the opening bell. But so far, the bullish sentiment is still strong. All right, traders. So not too many big news. PPI is the biggest news with the unemployment claims. Later on, by the way, as I've seen, not too many news. I mean, well, 1 p.m. 30 years bond auction, which can be interesting indeed, but later on, no news at all. And Friday, as I've told you, 13th of December, Friday, traders. So if you believe in these things, then please just be careful on the market, or maybe this is your lucky day. You never know. So indeed, but tomorrow the economic front is going to be quiet, because no news at all, as I've seen, so no USD news on the Forex Factory. Hi, Ali, good morning to you. Nice to see you. Steve, good morning. All right, guys, so let's just jump into the international news, as I have not seen too much. Yeah, Tesla just made a a huge run yesterday, as you could see, together with the Google. Quantum computing is still a big thing. Let's see if it's a short-lived or this is something which is the start of something new and a longer-term run. We don't know yet, but one thing is for sure, a lot of quantum computing related stocks made a huge bump yesterday, including this LGTI as well, which, as far as I remember, Scott had a nice winner on that one. All right, on the international news, as I've seen, European Central Bank news are the most important as the ECB just cut the interest rates again by a quarter point. This is the fourth stream of the year by the ECB. And on the news, of course, the euro started to read a little bit. In China, as I've seen, not too much indeed. China stresses plans to boost growth as top agenda setting meeting. So maybe after that meeting, we will know more about the Chinese situation. But at the moment, if I'm just checking Asia, it was not a bad day for the Asian stocks, not even for the European stocks, but as you know, it was the trigger was definitely the yesterday CPI news on the US stocks and in the US economy. So this boosted both of the European and the Asian markets. So 1.21% on the Nikkei and 1.20% up on the Hang Seng. On the rate side, especially the 10 years treasuries, which I'm watching, it is quite volatile, just touched 430, and since then it's pulling back a little bit. Futures, all of them are in red. The deepest red, what I see, it's the NASDAQ at the moment. Silver, gold, crude oil, all of them are just pushing lower a little bit. Also, crude oil finally just pushed over the $70 resistance. Let's see if it can keep over that. On the crypto side, Bitcoin is just moving back to this 100K area as I see, but yesterday it just could make another break over this 100K milestone. Let's see if it can stay on that. Yesterday there were really good trades on the Bitcoin related stocks. We had a nice trade on the Riot. That was a beautiful winner on my side actually, and another one on NVIDIA. I hope you had a beautiful green day yesterday as well. Oh, and yes, Clifton, thank you to remind me. I still get some questions from you, so I'm going to repeat until we are not going to start the Christmas sale, which is going to happen next Monday, Tuesday. Yes, traders, this year as well. Of course, Christmas sale is going to be on the test packages, so please stay tuned. Next week, I'm going to say more about these packages. If you have any questions, please just let me know in the email or in the private chat. You can just type it as well. All right, as I see, Scott already posted his list. We have some quite good movers around, so let's just start with them or continue with them. Constellation Energy is the first one on my list. Sorry, guys, I forgot to mute my phone. So Constellation Energy, which is CEG, it's 2% higher on an upgrade to buy from neutral by BAC, Bank of America. So let's see CEG, how does it look like in the pre-market? CEG at the moment is at 2%, 23,000, a bit shy on the volume side, on the pre-market volume. I would like to see rather quite of a 50K at least, especially if we are talking about a Scott, or a stock, which is actually a $236 stock, 241 at the moment. I would like to see a little bit more volume, but there is no doubt it's a beautiful big mover and a great mover. So that's why I'm going to put it on my long list as well. Long, it's the first long, it's the CEG. Okay, I just get my list here quickly and the secondary list because I think there will be plenty for the secondary list today as well. Celsius Holding is the next one. Traders energy drink manufacturer upgraded by the GP Morgan. So it looks like the big investment houses just started these upgrades, downgrades, which is good because as you know, this earnings season is quite of done. So we definitely need some upgrades and downgrades to see some great movers before the market starts. So CES H, Celsius. At the moment, it is up 3.39%, much better volume indeed, almost 200K in the pre-market volume. And this is up because of an upgrade, and I like it. It's a bit extended to the downside, so let's see how much it can go higher or so. I would not say that it's not a big mover. I would say if it has enough reason, like such a good news on an upgrade, then might it can stretch even more dollars in a day, despite of being a $30 stock. So I like it actually much better than CEG. So CELH is one of my best candidates for today to the long side. Continued with Uber, the shares of the Uber is just up 3%, rebounding from the quite of ugly losses earlier this week. The stock declined for 3 straight days, including 5.8 drop on Wednesday after General Motors halted the funding of Cruise. The autonomous driving division had a partnership with Uber. So Uber got some ugly news lately. Let's see if it can recover from that. Today, definitely, it's trying hard with a very nice pre-market volume. Traders, it's more than 1 million in the pre-market volume, and at the moment is up back to the $63 area. However, if you check the pre-market, it's quite hectic, so let's be careful with that Uber. I see Scott called to the long side. I agree as well that this is a little bit too much, it was too fast, too furious to the downside. So let's see whether it's just can get a small pullback here. So Uber, I'm going to put it to my long list, but I'm going to be careful with that stock because the daily is quite not really bullish, let's call it like that. Beverage companies, Coca-Cola, PepsiCo, Dr. Pepper as well, all of them are making a nice move thanks to Deutsche Bank because Deutsche Bank just upgraded all of the three stocks. So KDP, which is Dr. Pepper, PEP, and KO, all of them just can go to our long list actually. I doubt I have ever traded Dr. Pepper, actually, and maybe I'm not going to because this is a very low price stock. I'm not going to put it to my long list, but Pepsi and Coca-Cola can be interesting. And traders, please, if you have any questions, any candidates on your list, I just encourage you to type in the chat, and I'm more than happy to take a look at it or to give an answer. Adobe next, ADBE, the only one earnings stock, not the only one, we have two or three more, but the biggest one actually. Adobe, though, disappointed the investors quite badly with the numbers and it's tumbled 11%. Let's see how does it stand at the moment. Adobe is down 10%, quite high pre-market volume on the $493 level. Look at that, very extensive drop on the Adobe. And I must tell you, I love the daily. I like the daily very much because if we just go back to the history, to the 5th of November, you can see a beautiful gap here. And this is going to be filled only on 487, which it has been filled, of course, in the pre-market, but let's see if it's going to fill it in the market hours as well. I very much like Adobe to the short side, especially with the fact that the triple Q, like the Nasdaq, is starting into the red side. So Adobe to the short side. Oxford Industries is next one. OXM. This is an apparel and footwear retailer, declined 4% after the earnings. So let's see this OXM. I don't remember if I ever traded that stock. So let's just check first. The volume, wow, very disappointing volume on my side. I don't like it too much because the pre-market volume does not even reach 5,000, which for me it's not enough to take it to the first list. I'm going to put it to the secondary list, but I'm not sure I'm going to touch that stock at all. It's definitely missing the volume side. Look at the daily. If I just get quite of an average day, I just pick one and I check in the daily average daily volume. It's 300K. It's definitely not enough. Okay, traders, I think I'm not going to even touch this stock. So I just deleted it from my secondary list even. So Chewy is the last one on my list, and this is 3% lower after it announced a public offering of 500 million shares, which are being sold by Bodychester Sub. The retailer plans to concurrently purchase 50 million shares. Wow. That's a lot. I mean, $50 million. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's poor Chewy. Just trying to recover. It started nicely though, but seems like it was just short-lived, maybe, because as you remember, it was even under this $20 level. It made a beautiful break over the 200 EMA on the daily and great higher highs, higher lows. Also nice back to this $31 level. It's still in the uptrend, so there is no problem. But let's just be careful with that. I'm going just to put it to the short side. So these are the stocks actually from my list, but I'm just going to watch the big movers here quickly on my list because, as you know, in the text trader, we have this gainers losers list, which I quite like. And I see Sienna, for example, which was a earning stock before the opening bell. And as you can see, this is a beautiful mover to the upside, great earnings. And that's why I'm going to put it to my long list, a bit extended to the upside. But let's see for a continuation. All right, next one on my list, especially I'm watching a little bit to the short side because I missed the short side a little bit more. DVG just wrote something chewy, great, but that offering is not a debt or fundraise. It is one of their largest investor offering their interest in the company for sale. Wow, thank you for that info. Okay, yeah, that makes me sure to put it on the short list. That's not the best news for sure. I don't use chewy because I'm not living in the US, but once if I will, definitely I will use it because I have two dogs and a cat, so I would make them rich for sure. Okay, guys. Now let's see what else here. FSAL is down. AI stock. Well, this is not the best. I'm just checking quickly the SWKS. This is quite of a good mover. Let me just check it. Oh yes, and as I mentioned, some of the big stocks, big tech stocks are in trouble. Amazon down 0.5% finally. That was a crazy run on Amazon. Maybe the holiday shopping just stopped. Oracle is back 0.5% as well. Netflix is in red. Meta, Microsoft is in red. So as I see, except of the Apple, actually, all of the big tech stocks are in red. So if it's going to be continued, I can see a small pullback to the downside. The one-on-one, you mean the mentorings? Well, you can reach out to me in private message and I can tell you. If you are interested in funded account packages, then as just in the old management versions, if you buy a package, you can have private mentorings as well. If I remember right, it is the student and above, okay, like the packages, or you can just reach out to me, to Scott, to DVG personally if you want to take any private mentoring. Okay, we are more than happy to help you. So you can just write to me an email. You can write to Scott, DVG, Amir as well. So please just reach out to us, and I'm more than happy to help in that case. Of course, it's definitely possible to have. Okay, Robin. Oh yes, I just wrote in the newsletter and I forgot. Thank you, Robin, to remind me. Actually, Trump is ringing the opening bell, so she's going to watch the DJT. DJT is definitely on my list as well because of that. So let's see how far the stocks are going to go because of Trump is starting the whole stock exchange today. Let's be careful on that. I just wanted to check SWKS, which looks nice but very low volume, and FSLY, which is on my short list. Also, as far as I remember, this is a little bit shy of volume, and the price is not that good either. Okay, guys, no more on my short list actually, but hopefully it's going to be enough. And as I've told you, if this is going to be continued lower, I mean, the triple Q especially continues lower, I'm going to watch Netflix for sure because I am just watching this as well for pullback soon. So this is my list for today. Not too many on the short side, but I'm going to keep an eye on the big tech stocks. Traders, I wish you a beautiful green morning with the guys here in the main room. As usual, I'm just going to move to the guidance room to trade there with the guidance room traders, and I'm going to see you tomorrow as always. Thank you. Itai, I'm just going to answer you soon. Thank you, traders. Have a good
Good morning and welcome to the 44 Trading Room. Welcome to an exciting Thursday here in the 44 Trading Room, and I'm excited to be here, coming off of a great day yesterday. And I got to tell you, what a wonderful day to be in the 44 Trading Room. If you were with us yesterday, I was 4-1 yesterday in an incredible couple of stocks that were under $10 and made a bunch of dough. And I'm looking forward to trading today with everybody on this Thursday session as we come live. Thank you to Aggie for starting us off today. And thank you for everybody on YouTube following us on the social media platform there. And if you're done with the delay and you want to come into the room real time, you can do so. Clifton's got the link here. 7-day free trial. Come right into the room. Take advantage of what we have here. All of the people in our community trading each and every day, we certainly appreciate it. DVG and I will lead the charge this morning. Thank you to Aggie for teeing us up this morning, and for Clifton, always here to take advantage or to take care of us and keep us in line. So thank you, and thank you. As we move forward this morning and as we get going here, we got a lot of things happening here today, moving into the day today. A good market. Futures were up, now down, and we've got the inflation report somewhat warm, somewhat decent. But now, as we get into the day today, we'll take a look at that and more, and get you prepared for the day. Get you some stock picks, and then let's get this thing up and running here this morning. So let's talk a little bit about these markets. We'll start with Asia in the overnight session. The Nikkei up almost 477, 476.91. Hong Kong Hang Seng up 242 over 1%, and Shanghai and China up 29 points. Europe still in session right now. They're green across the board. German DAX up 32, FTSE in the UK up 8, and the CAC 40 in Paris up 12. You combine that with Asia, you've got all 6 markets higher, but our futures here are lower this morning, putting pressure to the upside on the futures, but the futures have declined that bid to move higher. And what do we have right now? Well, we have the Dow futures right now down 71 points, S&P futures down 16.5, and the NASDAQ futures this morning down 115 and a quarter. Oil's down 47 cents, 69.84 per barrel, and that's down off that 70 mark, that 70 indicator for oil. And if you're in the gold patch this morning, well, gold's down 38 bucks, down to 27.18 per troy ounce. What's happening out there? Well, here's the deal. Wholesale prices rose 0.4% in November, more than what was expected. So that wholesale price, that price of goods, or the price of what you're buying, is rising, right? And that puts more heat on people that are buying things to take a look around and to say, can't really afford this. So that's a slowdown, perhaps. And then you got some news about about Bitcoin, and that in the Bitcoin and the crypto world. Bitcoin well over 100 now 101,000 per coin. So that's pretty good there as we move forward with that. And then when you start looking around about a few other things here, you've got the Gen Z want to shop in person and not just be all online. That's helping out the malls. So we got that going on, and that's really about it. Treasury yields 4.3%. That's it. So we're going to stand on our own today. We're going to have that dip at the open here, see if we can make a comeback today on the markets. If not, we'll play the short side of the market. Okay, that's about it right there. Let's say good morning to everybody here, and then we'll pick some stocks, and we should be off to the races today on this beautiful Thursday morning, actually. Steve, good morning. Allie, good morning to you. DVG, as usual, thank you so much for coming in today. Steve, good morning. Yep, for sure. Itay, good morning to you. Good morning, David. Good morning, Jonathan. Seth, good morning to you, and great to have you here in the room. Okay, I am ready to rock and roll today. Let's get you some stocks here. I'm going to make this announcement here. I hate to even short Apple, so I'm not going to. It's been on such a tear here. I'm going to call this at 247 to the upside. We'll see if it flushes here this morning. But if not, I do like Apple to continue 247. So DVG has been watching this stock for a while here. And it's going to be interesting to see what happens here this morning. Tesla fresh new highs. I think that stock continues to go higher. I like Uber this morning, UBER over 63. Plug that in here, UBER long at 63. Okay. And then Adobe down, 60 bucks today. That's going to continue the short. So any type of move higher on Adobe, I'm going to be shorting this stock. But truthfully, under 490, it would have been great under 500, but that happened yesterday. So Adobe, ADBE, short this morning under 490. Okay. There we go. All right, perfect. We are set to go. Tesla, 425. I'll put it down here because I can't stay away from the stock, right? And it's just been on fire lately. So we'll keep this on here. Tesla long and right at 425. So any pullback here, we can go long on the Tesla trade. Okay,
Nice.
there's the picks. We are set to go this morning. Get DVG in here. Good morning to you, my friend. How are you?
Doing all right. You can hear me okay?
Yeah, it sounds perfect this morning.
Right on. Well, to your point, CPI data, think about it this way. It's what we spend. PPI data is what companies spend. So PPI this morning, kind of not that great, more inflationary. So keeping an eye today on names like Coin. I think there's a chance a Coin, MSTR, Riot, names in that space to likely rally. Obviously some news around there. For those of you who use that 200 EMA, I'll be watching it like a hawk today, especially on names like Meta. We hold that level like right here at the 632. I like to short it here or go long. It's kind of at a 50-50 point for me. I'm going to keep an eye on what the Qs do. The bottom of the Qs that we want to see support or consolidation is 52672. We hit that in the pre-market, just overshot it by about 12 cents, 52660. 52672 was a previous all-time high. Obviously, we printed way higher yesterday, up to 530. So could be an opportunity to see additional rally. My only trouble is the PPI data was a little bit hotter than expected. So one of two things: either we rally in continuation of the CPI data, which kind of came in line. Again, even watching it yesterday, I was like, I don't think that's the greatest thing, but trade what you see, not what you feel. You saw markets just completely blow the top off. For me, it was a red day yesterday. We managed to get into a Tesla trade and unfortunately got stopped out right before the rip up to 620 some odd dollars. So watching 52645 today for potential resistance or breakout point on Tesla. But look, fundamentally today, be careful. Let markets open up here a little bit. I'll probably be looking to short Meta as my first trade. Also watching MongoDB, incredible price action right towards the close yesterday from 304.50 down to 291 here in the pre-market. So going to be keeping an eye on MongoDB to see what it does here at this 290 level. If we break below that, I will be shorting that. So anyhow, good luck today, traders. I will probably, like I said, first trade is likely going to be a short on Meta. Watching this 631.5 level. If it holds, we can likely push higher. Looking at Adobe as well.
Wow, look at Adobe go. Yeah, let's take a look here at PLTR.
Watching the cues here.
I'd like to see Adobe spike here so we can get this thing rolling.
Okay, starting a short here on Meta at 631. Very tight stop loss on Meta. MongoDB right there to that 290. See what it does here. I really wanted to see Adobe try 500 this morning, like in a bounce, because their earnings were okay. The forward guidance, however, not so great. The cost of AI on anything to do with imagery is extremely expensive, cost prohibitive. So,
Trader, watch the 247 here on Apple. 247. I'm going to enter this stock. It just broached it for a moment there.
under 629, I will add to the meta trade.
The LTR moving.
Also watching Netflix, a high flyer yesterday, and see what it does. Okay, here comes the break on Meta. Looking for a break under 69 if we can get it, and I'll add.
Trader's target on Apple is going to be 247, say 60 or 70. See if we can move here.
There's the break on Meta. I'll be taking a partial here real soon. Getting ready for a partial on Meta. See if we get a little bit more
Apple
here.
stop
That's good
loss
enough for me.
246.20.
Leaving some size here on Meta. Just took a partial, about 3 points, 2.5 points. Decent trade, not a huge trade just yet. Watching the cues here, guys. 52672. If we break that level, count on a downside move. This is where we should see support for bulls to step in if they want to continue the move higher. Guys, here's an additional break on Meta. I'll get ready to take a little bit more off here in just a moment.
Okay, I'm going to enter a short here on the on Adobe. I am long Apple. I'm going to take this Adobe short here under 493. Short Adobe, small share size to start right here on Adobe. I am short the stock here at 493. 495 will be my stop loss. I am short the stock here. Here's the post. And we're going to be targeting that, let's just say 491, 490. Actually looking for 2 or 3 points to the downside here now.
I missed the MongoDB trade breaking down here under 290. Unfortunately, that's okay. I'm going to trim up here on Meta in just a moment. Beautiful trade, though. Yeah, we took partials on the way down. Wanted to see a little bit more of an aggressive sell-through on that 627.5. That said, Q's kind of held that almost to the penny, guys. 52672. We got to 52676. So we could technically still break lower. All right, but keeping an eye on that. Yeah, coin looks great to the upside. MSTR might actually be good for a short just because it's used more as a lever. I think people are going to buy the asset and buy names like Coin, maybe Riot, even the miners. So keeping a lookout there. Okay, I'm almost about to get bullish here. That retest of 52672. Let's see if we get a second retest on the Qs. If that holds, it's time to get long. We may not. That might have been the retest because you notice in the pre-market we'll say test one. opening test 2. But if we break that level, guys, it's time to get short everything. In fact, I'm going to short MSTR here. 407. Small size. Oops. And if you get in here, 406, that's still a decent entry. It's pretty volatile, so be careful.
Okay, come on, Adobe, roll over for us. Apple looking just fine.
MSTR. Guys, watch the cues. It's coming down to that level, 52672. We break that level, down we go. So I'm kind of counting on here on MSTR. Get ready for a partial here on MSTR. I want a 404. A 404 print would be great. Okay, waiting for the bid to get there. Okay, just took some off of MSTR. Just a quick partial. Not too bad. 3 points. Still hanging on. We've got some size left in Meta, but we're trimming up. All right. Was that the retest for us to get long? Let's find out.
Come on, Adobe. Let's go. PLTR sneaking up for a huge day here. Yeah, I am short Adobe at that 493.
Very nice.
We're going to be covering off here. The break of that 490 is going to give us 3 points here. We've got about 40 cents to go. Watch the break here. Come on. Snap down. Let's go.
All right. If Q's break below 52672, I'm going to add to my trade on Meta. Again, we took a partial, trimmed. Now I've got a smaller size. Guys, look at MSTR. I'm about to take some more off here. MSTR. Huge move for me now. Wow, 5.5 points. I like that Adobe trade. I might have missed it. Good luck on that one, Scott.
Yep. Got to break 490 for me to come out.
Tesla pulling back pretty strongly here. Again, remember, it doesn't mean it's the end of the world, right? We know that 415.50 yesterday. We talked about it. If it broke 415.50, it would be blue sky breakout, and it did. I mean, it ripped. So we talked about 52645 being a level. We got to 52692 this morning, and then broke down. So we're off by 50 cents, but I'd say that's a pretty good level. So hopefully you guys are marking your charts, marking your levels accordingly.
Huge move. I'm just sitting here thinking to myself, DVG, I mean, the last 2 days I've just been absolutely murdering it. Loss on the Apple trade, just pulled out of Apple with a small loss, but this Adobe trade is a huge winner for me now. Covering off right here at 487.75, and I am out of the trade. All shares gone. Adobe all at one time. I'm not hanging in there for any type of bounce. So traders, that is a huge trade right there, right in front of you here. Adobe coming in at the 490 trade here. I'm sorry, 493 trade, and covering off at that 488 right around in there. So that's going to be 5 points to the downside here for myself on Adobe. Could not get the Apple trade to go. So we're just going to take our winnings on Adobe and parlay that. Hopefully head over to trade number 3 here. And I think it's going to be Tesla. So I'm going to post the Tesla trade right now. Good solid trade on this Adobe short. Looked at it all morning here. Happy to get a play in here. 421 Tesla long. Watch it here, 421.
Okay, getting ready to have a small add to Meta. Need the cues to break here for me to do that big. I'm going to make an add to Meta if and only if the cues break. Nice trade on Adobe there.
Yeah, super good.
Guys, that's why we pay ourselves first on MSTR. It bounced almost to my entry. We're still in it with only small size, right? Because we took partials. Guys, keep an eye for Tesla. 415. Let's just call it 415, round number. That's where we're going to likely see some buyers step in. I would wait though. Don't catch a falling knife just yet. Need the cues to break here for me to add to meta. Otherwise, I'm going to get out of this position. Again, a winning trade because we paid our.
I'm just not going to, I just was unwilling to wait on the Adobe trade here. So I pulled everything out. No trade Tesla. So still waiting for trade number 3 to come in here. Tesla, I'm going to revise to 420. TSLA long at 420. Can't believe I'm saying 400 for Tesla, but that's where we're at. I remember thinking about getting some long term just to hold it at 178. And then the news and everything like that got in my head, and I didn't take it.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. I'm going to be holding that 590 now. Or sorry, 290. My bad. Looking at a different chart here. MongoDB 290 could be interesting. We'll see what it does. Both directions, long or short, but. And I really thought Adobe would try 500 this morning. That's where I kind of wanted to start an entry to the downside if it failed there, but I mean, it really couldn't do much else. For those of you guys watching your 200 EMA, that's kind of the key, right? If we get above that, you can count on a rally. Right now, Q's below, SPY below, Meta below, but very close, right? So if we start to move higher, which we're seeing some, aggressive buying right now, I think people want to continue that rally from yesterday, which would kind of make sense, some profit taking when most people can't, aka after hours. Totally makes sense. Now the trouble I have is the CPI data technically wasn't that great. PPI data was technically worse, but based on yesterday's rally, it was pretty much one direction. So I think a lot of people were expecting an additional rally today. So some profit taking makes sense. But if we see a breakdown in markets today, I think that could be our Santa Claus rally. So I'm going to get ready to trim up here on Meta if we do not break lower. Keeping an eye on the cues here. Okay, here we go. Getting some aggressive selling on the cues. Be careful. Be very careful. If you're considering long, remember watch 52672 on the cues. If we break that level, I would wait for us to kind of break below it, undercut, and then come back through there as an area of support. If in fact it is an area of support, keep an eye on that. Target on Meta ideally would be around 625. I may not get it all the way. Like next time I see 627, I'll be forced to take some off. Watch the cues. Getting heavy. I'm watching Tesla
Okay,
around
traders, those of
415.
you that are looking at the Tesla trade, I'm not taking the Tesla trade now. I'm going to wait and watch, see where we go. Market trend down right now and sinking.
Okay, closing out MSTR. Still a winning trade. And Meta barely hanging on. As long as we stay below that 200, I'm totally okay with it. We're getting over it just a little bit now, but see if we get a little bit of price rejection in this level. Won't hang on too much longer.
Come on, one more trade. PLTR looking great here. If it gets under 74, I'm going to announce this here. PLTR long at 74.
Okay, time to add to Meta.
Tesla.
I'm going to add here.
Tesla 420. Tesla 420.
Stop loss will be 632. See if we get the break right now. I want to see one big red stripe down that low of day, 62720, and break. I will take a partial in that area. Price action trying to lift, so I could be in trouble. That's okay. Adobe failing nicely. Watching workday now as well in 272 level. Doesn't hold that. We should see it tank. All right. Guys, here comes a break on Meta. Get ready. I've got my partials ready. Let's see a breakdown in 3, 2, 1.
PLTR, no
Okay,
trade.
5,
No trade
4, 3,
Tesla.
2, 1.
Still watching.
If you were considering getting long, this would be the area, but you've got to keep your stop pretty tight. I'm watching the Qs more than I am Meta, because I need to see that 52672 level break, and Meta should follow. Okay. MST. Microsoft up to, wow, 453. What a huge move. I'm now watching Coin. See what it does behaviorally around that 200 where it bounced below. It's about 316 area. Netflix breaking now.
Come on. Give us an opportunity here. Tesla down big time. PLTR fading that gap.
Did you pay yourself on Adobe?
Yep. I'm out. I'm fully out of the trade.
Very nice.
Could have, would have, should have stayed in there, but I thought we'd have a bounce or something. Next trade's going to be Tesla traders or PLTR.
Okay. Small partial on Meta. Small partial. I want to see some size. I want to like have some conviction in this move to the downside if it comes. So again, paying myself. It's not, made what a total of probably about 6 or 7 points on that. So we're nice and green on the day, up about $2,800. Not a bad start. MSTR on that trade, shucks, made 7 points. Granted, it wasn't a huge position, 100 shares. So made a few $100 there. Guys, the Adobe breakdown, brilliant. Let's see if we get the breakdown on Meta, please. Microsoft, an absolute beast today. Wow.
Crazy, right?
Yeah. You still thinking Tesla at 420?
Yeah, right here at 420. I'm in the stock actually. So we're going to hopefully take this thing maybe for a couple of points here to the upside. Stop loss will be the low of the day. I'm going to move this.
Guys, keep an eye on workday,
272.
50-50 level. I don't know. The Qs are really aiming lower now, guys. Be concerned about that 52672 now. If I see additional consolidation and we don't break lower, I'll probably be looking for some long positions, maybe on names like NVIDIA that have been kind of sleeping lately. Here's the break on Meta. Let's get paid on Meta, y'all. Anybody with me on Meta, by the way? Curious. Always wonder that sometimes, like who's taking the trades? Oh, Paul. Right on, buddy. And the big thing is you got to make sure you're paying yourself because this thing moves so sporadic, right? And for me, it's again put in all-time highs yesterday, right at 6:30, 8:40. So this is a kind of get in, get out. Like if it doesn't break, no problem. Like I'm paying myself, on the way in the journey, right? But you've got to be a little bit more patient now. Keep an eye on the cues. That's the big thing that I'm watching right now. I don't really care what Meta is doing right now. I want to see the cues break down. If the cues break down, Meta should follow. That said, if we start consolidating here, I'm going to dump Meta and maybe get long NVIDIA because we've already been getting paid on the way down, right? I'm almost tempted to go long MongoDB here at 290. All right, well,
Watch
that might do it
PLTR.
on Meta for me, maybe. We'll see.
73.50. PLTR long 73.50.
Just barely hanging on. We only have small size left. I like coin. Who's in coin? I thought coin is likely going to rally because what we heard about PPI data is likely inflationary. So still in the meta trade. I'm gonna normally stop was a 632, so I'm gonna leave my runners at 631, 28. Otherwise, we can just at this point kind of autopilot. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Seth. Yeah, it's a wild ride, but I think coin's got a shot at really ripping today to the upside. Only reason I was shorting MSTR is that frankly it was it's usually typically a hedge. I mean, obviously it could rally, but we took advantage of it on the downside, got paid, and moved out the way. Hence trading, right? We're not trying to invest trade. We're trading, get in and out. Sorry, give me a sec, guys. Let me close my window. It's loud.
Adobe at the low. Wow. Okay, watch the PLTR trade here for the entry, and I'm long Tesla as we speak. Gotta go now. Watch PLTR entry here, 73.50, target 74.50, so a point higher. Watch PLTR. We're close. Not there yet, but close. Good job, Mark. Come on, PLTR. Watch that VWAP line. You can also buy it over the VWAP line here. And Tesla's starting to perform for us. Nice. I want to see this V bottom recovery on Tesla. That would make my day. Should have kept Adobe. Yep. It's all right. PLTR and Tesla. I'm only in Tesla right now, waiting to come into PLTR.
Nvidia showing some weakness. You know, it could
Go
be more of a
Tesla, go.
consolidation on names like Nvidia. By the way, I think I was talking on mute. I'm not sure if I mentioned it, but I had my stop loss 631.38 on Meta. It hit my level and didn't get filled, so I had to do a market fill. So I got to figure out what's going on with that. Gave back a little bit more than I wanted to, but that's okay. Still a nice green trade for me on Meta.
I'm in both Tesla and PLTR. Let's go. One winner, one
Really
loser so far.
Bitcoin. Really tempted. I think it's got room to 326.7 maybe. Trouble I have right now is the Qs. Like Meta really bounced, right? Adobe is just taken out. It's down at 480 now, but
yeah, it's crushing it to the downside.
The Qs now, I mean, it's fighting down here. So if we do see a real pullback, again, worth noting, something I'll be watching big time, bond auction 11:30. That'll have an impact likely on the markets today. They did offer a 0.25% cut in Europe. Excuse me.
Come on, Tesla. Don't disappoint us here. We're going to put on the triple Qs here as well. And I'll put it where Uber is since Uber's the dud today.
Microsoft just launching. Unbelievable. Look at that. Yeah, the big thing about Adobe, again, listen to the earnings, the revenue and EPS and all that stuff, great. But when you look at what they mentioned, those are guys who understand AI. Guys, watch the cues here. Here comes a breakdown. Anytime you do image processing with AI, it's very, cost prohibitive, right? It's expensive. And on top of that, what they were proposing is great. So you make an AI generated picture, painting, whatever, and then you still got to put it through this Adobe software, which is kind of counterintuitive. You know what I mean? You're basically saying like, hey, use AI to create an image and then edit your image in Adobe, which, I think for a lot of the investors, they were like, oh, so you're telling me now you can create these images and then you're adding it to your tool set to make it AI capable. Like, hey, type in, remove background, enhance this, enhance that, whatever. And now you can do that within Adobe. And so when they found out like, no, you can make a general image, but then you've got to edit it in Adobe. They're like, wait a minute, that's like double the cost. You're paying for software and the AI capability. I think a lot of people were kind of turned off by that when they initially started talking about it. So that's my take. We're seeing it reflected in the price, but overall, the earnings weren't terrible. So I might take a nibble on MongoDB here, 289.50 long. I like what it's doing there, and it'll be a very tight stop, very, very tight stop.
Go PLTR, go. Target PLTR is going to be right towards that 74.50. We're looking for a point on this trade here. Go Tesla, go. We're all
Tesla, yeah.
looking good so far. Let's continue on now. Q's doing nothing.
Yeah, Kev. So looking at Google, you're totally right, but it also could be consolidation for people to step in and buy. Like look at the Qs. So we tagged 52676, 52686, and then just now we printed a 52677. So there is definitely buyers right there at that 52672 level we've been talking about, because people know if you break that level, down we go. So this is good news if you're bullish. So we're seeing a nice consolidation. That said, if you do see it break below that, you can count on a pretty heavy downside move. So think of it this: there's like gatekeepers, like right in that area, and it totally makes sense. That's why we mark our charts. That's why we have levels. Keep an eye on these things. My position in MongoDB is pretty small. I'm really tempted to hit coin here, guys. Been watching it all morning. Just tempt me. Now it's up 3 points from where I wanted to, at 320. It's kind of where I wanted to get in. 327, 328 target. I can't get in it now for a 3-point risk to make 3 points. But for those of you who are still in coin or have runners, I mean, that's a plausible level now for sure. Again, I'm watching NVIDIA here, 137. I like it here, assuming the Qs take off.
Go. Okay, traders, right over that 423, I'm going to take a partial here on TSLA on Tesla. My entry here, 420. I'm killing it, absolutely killing it here. 423.44. Look at this, go. 424, 424. Come on, 424, 424. There we go, 424.11. Out. 3/4 of the trade. Tesla, got you, baby. Got it. All right.
Boom.
Two big winners, one loser right now. My loser is Apple. And I'll hopefully get this 74.50 now PLTR. Anything over this 425 will come out of the rest of the Tesla trade.
Okay, if we get over 290 on MongoDB, I'll add. If the question is why are you buying down here? Look left, consolidation area. We did the undercut. Maybe we bounce. If we don't, I'll just get out of the way. Small size. Low risk, potential high reward if we bounce. What I'd like to see actually is a pullback in large caps. And then some of these names, you know, Workday, MongoDB, Snowflake, maybe bounce higher. The alternative is also true. If we see more, you know, concentration in the big, large cap names, you know, Meta, Microsoft, what have you, then that's where we're probably going to go. Then it might make sense to short those names, you know, Meta, or sorry, MongoDB, Workday, Snowflake, etc. So testing a little bit of a plan. We'll see how that works out. We're in a battleground here now. It's decision time. What does the Qs do? SPY literally just leaking. There's the break on the SPY. Careful. Large cap still holding up.
Okay, traders, I am out. All shares Tesla. Thank you so much, Elon. Appreciate that. Okay, to finish off the day now, watch this PLTR 74.50 now. 74.50.
Q's making another run at the lows. Watch out. 52672. You see that level snap. Watch all large cap. It's right there. We just broke below it. Let's see what happens. Is that a small undercut or is this a real breakdown, guys? Be very careful here. If we do find support here, we can likely rally to the highs. But look at coin, look at SPY, look at MSTR, look at Qs now. Look at Meta now, pulling back 2 points. Might actually have a second chance here on Meta. Maybe just get a better entry. Let's see. I'll wait. So it's putting my plan to the test. MongoDB, obviously moving against. That's okay. It's a small size. We're trying to nibble there and see if we actually get a bounce. Saw an aggressive move on a bounce yesterday. So anything over that 290, maybe we start seeing a little bit of consolidation, see some buyers step in, get up to maybe 294, 295. That would be amazing. If not, we break the low of day, no problem. I'll get out of the way. Guys, watch the Qs now. Getting heavy. Getting heavy. You might actually see a definitive red stripe here and directionally move lower on the day. There it is. Tempted to try Meta again. Very tempted. May look for something else. Now I'm watching coin. In this 317, 315 area. Let's see if it holds up, and if it does, maybe we'll take it long. A little bit of patience here today. Okay, there's the, so we did an undercut. Now we're trying to find support at this 52672 on the Qs. Does it become support now? Or does it become a ceiling now? Look at the SPY now selling off. Look at NVIDIA now selling off. I'm very tempted to hit Meta again here. NVIDIA now really breaking down. Coin now breaking down. So for the you guys asking, hey, why rotation at a large cap, etc. Look at yesterday. I mean, a profit taking to consolidate to a level. Let's just use Meta as an example, since we're trading that to like 629 or 625. Healthy. It's still up near all time highs. That said, that money has to rotate. Doesn't have to, but it likely will. So where does it rotate? Does it rotate into like expanded tech, aka MongoDB and the like? Or does it go into other industry? So it's worth keeping an eye on those things. And more importantly, trying to get ahead of it. So like again, MongoDB probably about to take me out. I mean, it's a small size, so I don't really care. But what's really unfortunate, yesterday, I was shorting the Qs up at 529, 529.72, where I was building an entry. And I told myself, if we get up to 530.1, so 10, 530.10, I get stopped out. I got ran over. Guys, the high of yesterday is 530.57. So by 47 cents, I missed the top on the Qs. Now, granted, dangerous, but I was trying to swing trade, and you guys know I'm trying to build that capability in my trading repertoire, and I chickened out. Let's be honest, right? It is what it is. Live and learn. But it goes back to kind of one of those things where I'm not upset because I traded to a plan, but it is sometimes disappointing, missing out on some of that.
Hang in there, PLTR. Q's making fresh new lows.
MSCR, we did get stopped out, if you guys recall, but now look at it, 397. Unbelievable. Coin, I still think has a shot at 315 here. I won't buy it, try to be a hero here. I need to see some consolidation a little bit, but I'm watching this level, this 315 to 316 area. We know that's a big sell zone at 316. So I'm not going to get, be a hero on this thing. Maybe I get a better entry on the pullback here. Q's not showing a sign of pulling back just yet. It tried, right? This 52672 area. And it doesn't have to be the exact number, but it just so happens that was the mark of the previous all-time high. Okay, MongoDB will probably get stopped out here. I won't hold on to it under 287. Overall, not disappointed though. It's okay. Tried an idea, got a small pop. I'm not going to pay myself, a point because I was looking for a more aggressive move to the upside because of the size of my position. Meta trying to hang on to the VWAP here. If it breaks that VWAP, I think that 65 that I was thinking of, maybe a high possibility. Nice timing on Tesla, Scott. Huge pullback now on Tesla.
Yep. I'm out of the trade, so it can pull back all it wants to. I'm more concerned with PLTR now. Do the Qs hold up here? I don't know. Good question.
All right, so here's something I'm kind of noticing. Obviously, it could change pretty quickly. When you look at certain names, you can kind of tell the difference between where retailers might be stepping in versus institutionals or institution money. Um, my concern is the size of the sell orders are larger than the buy orders, and that helps provide liquidity. But when you see the sell side, like basically buyers retreating from that sell side, that could equal, you know, additional downward move. That said, it is providing that liquidity. So now look at what the Qs are doing, going back through that 52672. This could be an opportunity to go long. Where's coins low here? 313. So now, did you see that on the Qs? You saw, hey, there's might be some nibbles there at the bottom. Then once you see institutions step in, bam, we get a huge push. Okay, could be time to go long coin here. Wow, that's a lot of buyers stepping in on the Qs. Look at that. Look at that. Let's take a shot here. 317.42 on coin. I'll keep my stop
Come on,
limited.
PLTR. You know what the one thing I don't like, DVG, about these markets is this this move on the Qs right now, right? This is the type of market that baffles a lot of people. You know, why is it that you have that V bottom, just big, huge recovery candle like this? The only telltale sign is that we're not taking out the high of the day. But we got over the VWAP. Maybe this is something to build on. Maybe this is where we turn. You see Apple carrying the market on my screen. You see Tesla now PLTR. Let's go. I'm long this market right now, traders.
Okay, should get it here on coin now. First partial target 321. Took it for like 3.5 points. It's not a bad trade. I want to see it overshoot the VWAP at least, so 319.5 or so. Come on, coin.
Let's go. Yeah, we're not going to really blow and go here unless this Q starts to take off and track towards the top here.
Okay, getting ready to take a partial on coin any moment. I'd like to see at least 1.5 points out of this thing. Watch the coin at the 200 here. Or sorry, Qs at 200. Come on, coin, give me another point here.
Come on. Come on. Watch the Qs and watch PLTR. Same thing with Tesla here. We're going to.
Partial ready on coin.
Yeah.
319 print. Qs getting stronger. Comes the coin trade. Waiting for a 319 print. Let's see if we get in there. Qs now trying to rally up into that 200 EMA. Okay, taking a partial here on coin. Our 319 print, I'll take it. We'll let some run here. Guys, look at workday. 272 level, big level. Hopefully today, this morning, you guys got a little bit of an assist here when we talked about 52672 on the Qs. Being an area of support. We broke through subtle undercut. As soon as we went right back through it, that was your signal to go long markets, and now off we go. So therefore your risk would be limited, right? So now you know you had a 72 or 70-cent risk to the downside if you got in right at that 52672 on the Qs, and that goes for anything, right? So looking at coin, could have been Meta, could have been fill in the blank stock, right? Now look at coin go. I'm gonna let the rest run on this coin trade. It's on autopilot now.
Turn it around. I mean, NASDAQ's only down 66 points, though. We did break out right here. You can see on the triple Qs right over here. Just broke out of the pre-market high, took out the high of the day on the Qs. Do we fill this entire gap? Who knows? All that I can say is PLTR is cranking for me. Finished my day up early today. 74.50 target, as we've been talking about PLTR. 2 winners, 1 loser right now.
Guys, look at that move on the Qs now. I mentioned if we go back through here, find support, we'll put in the highest session. We now are breaking out technically on session. Brilliant move now on coin. I'll take a small little nibble off here at 320. Guys, huge trade on coin now. I'll leave 100 left. I don't even care what happens to that at this point. Brilliant, brilliant trade there. Watching that one all day. I wanted it at 315. I just didn't know if we were gonna, 315 and then tank. So waited for a little more validation over the 200 EMA. We got it. Off we go. SPY now ripping. Everything's ripping.
Where are we going, PLTR? Come on. Triple Q's trying now. Let's go. Boy, Apple, I'd get rid of some right here at that 248, and then wait for it to take out the top of that. What's the pre-market high right here? Yeah, 248.16, 248.20, right around in there. Go, go, go. Yeah, I'm holding out. I mean, I'm not stubborn. I'm just waiting for it. PLTR 74.50.
I really want to short Meta again. I won't, but I'm watching it. Again, coin now basically is on autopilot. If we get over 321, I'll probably add a small incremental add. I really do think it's got a shot at, 325 plus today. Okay, getting ready to add a little bit more to coin, just a little bit. Look at Tesla now. No add on coin. Need to see 321 print. That'll just move my dollar cost up slightly. Look at Tesla go. Wow. And I've got 42645 as a level marked. So we get over that level, we should take off, or it could be a little bit of resistance here. That was me just watching order flow yesterday.
Okay, PLTR looking great now. About 16 cents to go. Remember, 74.50. That's been our target all along.
My runners on coin might get stopped out here soon.
Come on. Pennies away from 74.50. Let's go.
I'm going to take an NVIDIA trade here. And so it's just been limping around.
Yeah, we just stopped a little bit on the cues here, so we got to watch this.
I'll wait on NVIDIA. Like this 136.50 level. If it holds. These are now rolling over a little bit. Checking out that 200 EMA. We bounce here, I will go long NVIDIA. Market order. Green candle. Okay, building a small position here on NVIDIA, 136.42. And I will add if we continue to move higher. Small position here. Scott, are you in Apple?
I am not
Thanks,
in Apple
asking.
anymore. No. No.
Okay.
You believe that I got stopped out of Apple? I went long the stock.
Oh, Apple.
I know.
I shorted it yesterday, if you guys remember, but okay, I'm going to add to NVIDIA here. I'm 1 for 8 on Apple short. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. If I held it today, maybe it'd been okay, but no. Now that we're over the VWAP on NVIDIA, I'm going to go ahead and hit this for a little bit more. Assuming NVIDIA can actually get a little bit of love. It's kind of been, I won't say hated, but certainly has been slow. I'm looking to see if maybe we get a little bit of rotation into NVIDIA. Doesn't have to happen, right? We've seen a lot of selling happen. Heck, even yesterday we had trouble getting up to 139. Couldn't get over 140. But if I can get anywhere near 138 today, this could be a nice trade. Okay, getting a nice move here on NVIDIA. Like it.
Just an hour into the day, traders. Again, 4 trades. I'm out of all 3. I'm out of 3. I've got 1 to go. PLTR here, 74.50 target.
Come on, NVIDIA, get over that 137. Let's go. 137 print. I'll take a partial. There it is. Boom. Bang. Just like that, folks. Let's see if we get a little more.
Wow.
A little more, NVIDIA. Okay, partial. Let's go. Easy money. Fast, easy money right there, baby. Woo! Don't know if anybody were able to take that trade with me. Was watching it like a hawk. And, not a huge trade, whatever, so 60, 70 cents. But now I'm taking a partial, let the rest run. I'll watch the 200 EMA, which is right at 137.52 right now. If we get over that, I'm going to probably take another partial in that area, 137.5. But if we get above that, then I can afford to, let the rest run.
Look at the cues now popping here. Come on, PLTR, go.
NVDA, baby. Look at that. From our entries straight up. Woohoo! Love when that happens. I'll take some more off here. 137.5 is kind of the target. And I don't like that we're seeing a little bit of resistance, 137.20, which is kind of where it was before. So if I see a big pop above that, I can hang on, but should get the move. What's SMCI doing? Don't love it. Hey guys, getting ready to take another partial here on NVIDIA. Anybody take that with me? Anybody? Vincent? Always with your call. Good one. Yeah. NVIDIA ad. Cool. Awesome. Love it. Yeah, sometimes people are like, hey, why don't you do this and post it? Guys, it's hard to watch and post. We do our best. So, if you missed it by a couple cents, so be it. But it was that level, right? So did I nail the bottom? No, but I wanted to see what it would do there. And my risk was very, very, very tight. That's kind of the benefit of some of those trades, right? So just watching levels. NVIDIA, not a huge mover. So it's a little bit, normally it's a huge mover, but as of late, it hasn't been, right? It moves maybe $1, $2 most. And if you look at the rally even from yesterday, we couldn't even get over 140. And if you guys remember, we were at 150 and change not too long ago on NVIDIA. So, I have a day like today. Yes, I'm green, happy about it, but fumbled a couple trades. Like I mentioned, I don't know what happened. I got to figure out what's going on with a broker on the meta trade. I had a stop loss at 631.38. And it went past my entry and didn't fill. Now, I don't know if it's just because it was a smaller size or whatever, but it just ran me over. And so I had to literally hit a market order to get out of that short on Meta this morning, which I don't mind. We paid ourselves. We got paid on the trade. I'm not upset about the trade. Just kind of scratching my head as to why I didn't get filled. So. Right on, Chris. Can't repeat the last part just because we have posts on YouTube, but appreciate it. Yeah, yeah. Glad to have you.
Awesome, Chris. Awesome. Come on, PLTR, finish it off.
Yeah, the nice thing with, say, for example, even NVIDIA, right? If we get stopped, I don't really care. We paid ourselves all the way up. So, I've got runners left, but they could break even and we still had a profitable trade. We talk about it all the time here. Rule number one, pay yourself first. There are plenty of traders, I don't care if they're YouTube traders, whatever, that'll be like, no, we're going to hold until we get to our entry or our target and this and that. And then you don't see them take a partial and it's kind of a YOLO trade, which, look, I get it. That sometimes you might leave money on the table. But part of this game is surviving till tomorrow, making sure you don't end up putting your account in ruin, as they call it. So at the end of the day, hopefully you guys are learning how to be better traders, having a community.
Almost there, PLTR. Just waiting. Apple on a pullback, maybe.
Oh, yeah, Mark, good clarification there. Clarification. Yeah, Chris, sounds like you were grabbing options there, 10 contracts. If that's the case, you were probably looking at, don't tell me, I'm just going to see if I can do the math on that real quick. So you're probably at the money, 137 call options, probably 10 contracts. You probably bought them at what, like $1.30 maybe? Does that sound about right? What was that, 1,300 bucks? You made 400 bucks on that? That's 30% return. That's not bad. Is that about right, Chris? Maybe it was a 138 or cheaper, but I would imagine probably like at the money, just above it. Could be wrong. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I just got runners on NVIDIA. It's fine. Coin didn't quite get to my stop loss. Got very close though. Those are just kind of free. It's free money now, so I'm just letting it kind of do its thing. NVIDIA, I may trim just a little bit unless we get a pop right now. So I need to see 137.5 at least get tested here, like within the next 2 minutes, or I will trim up. And trimming up is different, right? So you could call it a partial, call it whatever you want. It's just I don't want to hold as much risk if the trade doesn't work out. Limit as you call. Sorry, I'm just trying to. This is right on. Limit as you called. Rode the runner. Stall out and guess. Not sure what that means, but I think referring to the options trade. Then it sounds like. So it was a 137 strike. Likely ends tomorrow. I was just trying to look at the options chain right now and see if that sounded about right. Unless you grabbed like 138s. I'm going to take some off here of the NVIDIA trade in just a moment. Yeah, in the money. Okay, cool. Right on, Chris. Glad that worked out for you. Yeah, even still, right? Like sometimes that's the, we don't spend a ton of time talking about options. I'll definitely probably be doing a lot more options trading in 25. Um, that said, I don't want to make this channel about that because, you know, options are a whole different animal. Risk
That's true,
tolerances,
but you
strategies.
use them in the right way, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You
exactly.
use them in the right way.
Yeah, I'll be using a lot more like spreads and all kinds of stuff in the new year. Just because to your point, Scott, like I think there's a lot of opportunity in options. I use options frequently, but usually as a hedge or a catalyst. So if I'm, let's say, bullish on the market, I may buy some call options to, maybe use an index that has, something tied to. And again, you guys know I use a lot of tech stocks. So if let's say I'm bullish on tech, I might buy the Qs and get call options to either catalyze my move to the upside, or if I'm starting to short names, we'll use yesterday as an example. I was short Microsoft right at the open. 447 was kind of my stop. We got it in the 446 handle. I think it was like 447.30. I'm going off top of my memory, so maybe just give or take a few cents. But because I was short that, I went long the Qs via call options. And the call options, I got paid when I got ran over on the Microsoft trade. Trouble is, it wasn't a big enough size because I had a pretty sizable position and Microsoft was adding as we were moving lower. And, we got burned. So printed a red day yesterday. Not always common, but it happens. And heck, what was it? Not yesterday, the day prior, managed to eke out a green day. We ended up with like maybe $1,200, but at one point we were down about 900. So in either scenario, we talk about risk management. Everyone has different risk tolerances. We always say cue the disclaimer. But fundamentally, like if I'm really green on a day, every trade I take thereafter, if I decide to continue trading, is going to be a smaller share size. The same is also true if I have a losing day. In fact, if I have a losing day, my share size even gets smaller.
Yep.
And part of that is, same concept if you go to a casino. If you're having a bad day at the casino, it can go from bad to worse pretty quick if you just double up, right? So when you're kind of in that mental mind space, it's best to, either take the day, tomorrow's another day, revisit it, or definitely take some time away from the screens to build a strategy that you think may be effective. But when you start making pot shots at markets without any kind of reference point or any level or any strategy involved, yeah, typically that will result in a tough day. Anyway, I digress. Sorry about that, Scott.
No problem. Well, PLTR right at this VWAP line here. Decision time, and then I'm going to probably call it quits here. It's right at my 73.50 is my entry.
Look at Microsoft now. I was talking about it. I pulled it up. I'm like, whoa, 455 printing. Beautiful move on Microsoft. I think part of that has to do with the fact that they're expanding their partner ecosystem big time. So like if you look at AI, that C3 AI, they reported, let me pull up that chart real quick. They reported this week and initially got smacked like pretty badly. But when they found out, like they announced it in the call, they're like, hey, we're going to be part of Microsoft's partner ecosystem. You saw the bounce in the morning on AI. And now we're seeing the continuation today. So effectively, like it closed the gap based on the earnings. The earnings weren't that great. Again, showing some promise, we'll say that they're driving some additional adoption, et cetera. But being part of Microsoft's ecosystem, big deal. And then at the same time, Microsoft made another announcement about adding, I think it was like 2 or 3 other companies to their partner ecosystem. So huge move, nice move. Worth noting, part of the reason I'm watching MongoDB down here at 285, MongoDB is also a partner in Microsoft's ecosystem. So is Snowflake. So is this an opportunity to buy a MongoDB? Maybe, trying a nibble, but, when I say nibble, it's 20 shares. Like, I'm not going to get excited. This may turn into more of like a swing trade, but I don't want to hold it if it's going to fall down to, its 12-month low is 212. So it definitely has some room to the downside, but their earnings were pretty great. Their forward guidance, not so great. So I think that was a big concern with MongoDB. We're seeing that in names like Adobe as well today. In fact, I'm more concerned Adobe's got a shot down to like the 430s, to be honest. I mean, yesterday I was like, you look at the options chain, you can figure out, right? 574 was the top side of the move at the close because it was about 550 at the close. And then the downside move was to about 510. And if you look at that move, that first candle, it literally almost hit those parameters exactly. 569 was the top of the candle, and then I think was it maybe a little bit, 524 at first. Then it tried that 510 level. And once that 510 level gave up, it was game over. And I don't know if anybody listens to the calls, but I did on Adobe. And that's the big thing. Like, if you're not familiar with AI and this big AI move, I recommend spend some time there to figure it out, because large language models, they're kind of programmed into a lot of APIs. Granted, it still takes quite a bit of horsepower, from the likes of NVIDIA, AMD, those chips, right? But the large language models, by and large, are created now in APIs that are accessible, and then revised and updated. But when you're looking at anything to do with imagery, that is super, super intensive on the GPUs. And so the array that you need of chips or servers on anything to do with image generation is significantly more expensive. So when they made that announcement, that's, for them, that's not a revenue opportunity, it's a cost problem. So that, which has an impact on margins. So anyways.
Okay, traders, I'm going to come out of the PLTR trade here, just plus about 60 cents, and I'm going to call it a day. 3 winning trades, 1 losing trade, and that was Apple. If you can believe that, I just can't believe I lost on Apple. But I took that first candle. That was really my issue, or second candle. That was my issue. Should have waited to see it start to perk up a little bit, but that's going to do it for me. So a Thursday in the books. That's 3 winning trades, 3 winning days, 1 losing day for this week. Get after it tomorrow on a Friday, and then close this week down. And I think it's going to be great. Well, I'll tell you what, I've had 2 great days of trading here in the room. And if you want any more information, come and see us at 44trading.com. That's FORTY, and then the number 4 trading.com. You can sign up, come into the room. And then also, Aggie has got TEFS funded accounts as well. Those of you that are not in the US of A, you can take advantage of that through Aggie. Clifton's got her email right here. Appreciate that. DVG, appreciate you being here today. Thank you so much. Traders, I will see you all tomorrow on a Friday. Look forward to finishing out the week strong. We'll go from there. Chris, thank you, my friend. Thank you for posting. And listen, to make this room as great as it is, it takes the whole gang to make it happen. Posting your trades, letting us know what's happening. Listen, if you want to be interviewed by myself, leave Clifton a note here. We're going to try to do that next week to walk through that. So if you're a trader that you want to share your story, kind of through the interview process. We'll let you into the room. If you want to be on camera, you can do that. If not, we'll just do audio. But leave Clifton a message right now. You'd like to do that. If you're wanting to do that and share everything, we'd appreciate that. Awesome, Chris. Awesome, my friend. Okay, traders, I'll see you tomorrow. DVG, take care, bud. See you, Clifton.
You got it. See it. So worth noting, I know we're about a week away, but next Friday, I will not be around. And then towards the end of the year, I won't be around either. We've got some family stuff we're taking care of. So I think from like the 27th through the 31st, I won't be here. And then on the 20th, someone in the family is getting married, if you could believe it. So we've got a wedding to go to. Actually, it's a bachelor party, so it should be fun. I come back Monday a little bit, be like, is DPG sick? Yeah, kind of. No, we're taking it easy. We're a little older, so we'll be golfing. Sure, there'll be some drinking, but it'll be a good time. Sorry, Vikas, I just saw you said Adobe buy for $2. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Sounds like maybe you're looking at an option that costs $2. I don't know. I wouldn't be buying anything around Adobe right now. Like, can it bounce? Sure. But that's institutional money getting out of that stock. Like, if you notice at the open, so here's a fun one. Let me ask the group. I bought at 476.70, got out at 478. Oh, cool. All right, so you made a trade and you made some money. Right on. Anytime you have earnings, Vincent, I know you know the answer. What do we do when we have earnings? And like, if you're not doing this, I highly recommend that you add this to your arsenal or repertoire as a trader. Plan on doing this for a long time. It's an easy one. So anytime you have earnings or a big event, whether it's CPI data, whether it's PPI data, whether anytime you see a big move in markets, you use Paul, you nailed it, gold star for you, my friend, an anchored VWAP. And you put that anchored VWAP on the initial move. So if you look at Adobe and you add an anchor VWAP, obviously you're going to need after hours on, right? But as soon as you put that anchor VWAP on, notice it never even came close. It tried at 504.87, which wasn't a big enough reach. You needed to be at 512. But as soon as you broke that anchored VWAP, you have not once gone over that. We tried this morning when shorts covered the first 5 minutes of the session, right up to 494. Notice exactly where that's at, right at your anchored VWAP. I'm looking at a 5 minute. But if you use that when you have these big volatile moves, trust me, it'll help you as a trader, whether you're long or short. So if we get above that anchored VWAP, yeah, you can get bullish. But it's an important thing to keep on your chart on a specific name. Let's say you wanted to trade Adobe and you wanted to go long. Let's say you were to get long here. We know the short of the day is 476.56. So you have a 2-point stop loss right now. If you're buying the, hero trade, right? You're buying the low. That said, you know that you have to get above 490 now based on the anchor VWAP to actually get bullish. Can it happen? Sure. Right? I'm sure there's still some shorts that haven't covered on Adobe yet. But majority of that selling that you saw yesterday, that's long-term investors like dumping their holding. So buying this right now, pretty volatile. Can it pop? Sure. It'd be the same thing as buying MongoDB. So I'm not going to say it's a bad thing. It's just you got to manage your risk on it, right? Meaning, like for me, I'm tempted to buy MongoDB because 291 is anchored VWAP from a previous high. So like, will it go there? I don't know. Is it worth 5 points to me at 20 shares? Yeah. But then what am I willing to risk? 2 points? Fine. I'll take 5 points for 2 points all day. Risk $100. So it just depends on how you want to look at it. You know, Adobe's been beaten down pretty bad today. So anytime you're seeing like some of this price action even now, that feels like some shorts might be covering and some people are nibbling. But until you see a decisive candle that, you know, abruptly changes, call it change of character on technicals. When you see a change of character, for example, if you guys want to see what a change of character looks like, look at the Qs this morning. We talked about 570 or 526.72 all morning. Hopefully you guys were watching that or marking your charts and seeing what happened, right? We dipped, hit it by, you know, hit 526.76, then 86, then 77, then broke the level. So there's your undercut. If you get back through it, I call it a needle and thread. That's actually not the name. It's more of a change of character, right? Because now you basically completely bullish engulfed that entire move down in 2 candles. And there was your, you know, if you wanted to get in at 526.72, great. You minimize your risk, right? But if you wanted validation, you get in at 8 cents over, you took that whole move. Almost like 2 points now. It is 2 points now. So anyway, point is, Adobe, I think, could bounce to VWAP, but it's so weak today that you'd be taking a lot of risk. So hopefully that helps or makes sense. Again, I'm not against it. It just, you'd have to have some conviction if you're planning on holding that for a while. Like for me, MongoDB, I'm not convicted by it. I think, you know, their style of database is, you know, I think it's going to be important, but as cloud infrastructure grows, like they either need to get in ahead of that. And with the advent of multimodal storage in cloud, like that could be, I don't know, that could be really bad for Mongo. Or they could rise to the top and, you know, reap the benefits. Anyway. So here's also a fun one for those of you guys following the AI trade. So CRM, Salesforce. I don't know if anybody listened to their earnings, but if you notice, they had mixed earnings. Revenue, beat, EPS, miss, right? But what changed that move and why it pushed so much higher is they're actually making money off their AI because they're charging for it in their software, and people are buying it. Like, hey, you want this feature? Cool, turn it on for an extra X amount of dollars. Bam, money. So it's one of the first instances that we're seeing AI being, I'd say, monetized at an enterprise level. Now, that's not entirely true because technically Microsoft is doing it, Amazon is doing it, Google is doing it. But with a lot of the stuff that Microsoft and Amazon is doing, or even Google, they have pre-made AI models. So that becomes a question mark, right? Like, how usable is it? Do companies really want that? Do they want to make their own? And then with Microsoft's partnership with OpenAI, they're making money off of that, but a lot of times it's what's the benefit to the end customer if this is their own instance? Meaning they're able to use their own version of OpenAI. Like, great, you're paying the subscription fee. That equals money. I mean, granted, Microsoft is, you know, powerhouse company, but is it directly tied to dollars and cents? And when you look at their Copilot feature in Microsoft, while yes, technically everybody uses it, it's not necessarily that much more expensive. Now with them, it's, I'd say, almost more of like a McDonald's model where they have every customer in the planet. So for them to turn on that feature, even if it's, I don't know, let's just call it $1,000 extra a month, that's, you know, billions of dollars a month that they're going to get, or a year rather. So for those of you guys following the AI trade, it's important to note those AI names and who's actually monetizing them. Like MongoDB, the trouble I have with them is they're not talking AI right now. Snowflake is trying to, but a lot of what Snowflake is doing is, if we look at, again, not to nerd out too much, but how their software works is kind of based on, I'm going to say, legacy data. I mean, companies are still going to need that, but anytime you have, there's different types of data that's stored, and at the end of the day, like, if they're not able to go multimodal, like a lot of these other companies are trying to do, a lot of what AI is frankly going to do, that can prove to be a big challenge for, I'd say, legacy database companies, including the likes of Oracle. Now, luckily for Oracle, they opened their cloud offering up, and they've managed to do a pretty decent job of getting cloud business. They're kind of in fourth place, I would say. You got Microsoft, Amazon kind of leading the charge when it comes to hyperscalers. Google would be third, and then Oracle would be fourth. That'd kind of be how I stack rank them. And I could be wrong. Maybe the numbers are out there somewhere. Someone has them. But, just based off market adoption, what I'm seeing, that's kind of the way things have moved. So if any of you guys are in the space, let me know what your thoughts are. But, or if it's of interest. I don't know. Sometimes I'll kind of go on these little tangents or riffs, but when it comes to tech, I kind of geek out on this stuff. Amazon new high day. Yeah, cool. Let me pull it up. In fact, as I was talking about CRM, I just pulled up the chart. It's also pushing a high day. Yeah, if you guys remember, I don't know, Mark, we're talking about Amazon deserves to be a $225 stock. How long ago was that? When it was like 217 maybe? Yeah, there it is. 217. I'm like, oh yeah, the stock should be a $225 stock. Bang. It's a 225, like what, 2 days later? And it hasn't really quit, I think Amazon's going to be a darling in 25. I wouldn't say count them out. Maybe a $275 stock in 2025 at some point. I think they're doing a great job for, market capture. Pretty well run company. Do remember they did have a split. So when you're doing your chart analysis, find out when that split was, find out what their valuation was, find out what their earnings are compared to that valuation back then. And then now what happens are those levels become valid, right? So, did they grow into those valuations? And the answer is yes. It's kind of like NVIDIA, right? When NVIDIA is making, hey, we're going to do X, $100 billion, whatever, this quarter or whatever, right? And then they're like, oh, surprise, we did 300 billion or something. You know what I mean? Like they've constantly just blown their number out. It just goes to show like that valuation. Technically, there was a time when you'd look at NVIDIA, I think it was like maybe 130 bucks, 125 bucks, something like that. And everybody's like, oh, it's overvalued. It's overvalued. I'm like, it's actually cheaper now than it was, a year ago because they've actually validated their earnings. So they've grown into the valuation. And Amazon's, I think, doing the same exact thing. They had, what was it, 2 or 3 years ago when they kicked FedEx deal. Did you guys remember that? I can't remember. I think it was 3 years ago. Maybe it was 4 years ago. But they basically told FedEx to go pound sand because they tried to up their cost. Like they were almost like one of their big exclusive delivery partners on the logistics side of the house. And FedEx is like, dude, here's your cost. Cool story. Here's your new, good luck doing this without us. You need us. And they upped it to the tune of, I think, like 30%. And so Jeff Bezos goes, yeah, you know what? We're just going to make our own transportation or logistics unit. So they had a huge capital expenditure. Amazon stock tanked because they knew it was going to be a huge cost. They're buying airplanes, they're buying buses, or they're buying vans. investing even more on. There's another one too. Honeywell. So Honeywell bought a company called Intelligrated. Phenomenal company. They're the ones that do all those smart like conveyor belts. So I think Honeywell might benefit from that as well. Maybe it's already baked in their costs. I don't know. I'd have to look at the stock, but kind of a fun fact. Anyways, half the time I'm gonna say I'm just trying to fill airtime, but this is the kind of stuff I geek out on these things. I'm sure you guys have something similar that you have passion or interest, and we want to hear from you. Like you're familiar with a particular, not just stock on a feeling, right? Like, oh, I think Bitcoin's gonna go to $1 million. Like, okay, tell me why. Let's talk about it, right? Not just because Sailor's saying it or because whatever. Like, have a point of view. Like, we want to hear it, right? And I think that's a good thing. Um, anyhow, I digress. So full transparency, I do have Amazon, Microsoft, Apple, Meta, all in my portfolio. So I don't mind that they go higher. Trust me. But trading is a whole different animal. I'm barely holding on to this coin trade. I don't like the fact that it's under the 200 right now. I want to see some conviction. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, I think one of the Trump kids was talking about crypto the other day at a conference. Maybe it was Barron. I don't know. I'm looking around here. What else do we got? Guys, by the way, NVIDIA, remember we talked about 137.5? We nailed that. Why? That was where the 200 EMA was. And we rejected it. That's why we paid ourselves. Now it's on autopilot, so I'm hoping it gets over that 200 EMA. If it doesn't, then no worries. We already got paid. Market's slowing down a little bit. No surprise. We're coming into the lunch session. This is where, if you want to take a trade, I would recommend doing a smaller position. Wait for an afternoon session. Right now, just kind of managing the trade on coin, which I might get stopped out. Again, it's a small size, so I don't really, it's like autopilot. I have 31450 as my stop. So we got close earlier at 31460, but you get stopped out there. Nah, bummer. By and large, markets are still red. You guys use your heat map, look around. Financial services not doing that well. Oil, energy, not that great. Manufacturing, not doing so well. So kind of a sideways day. We're seeing, Apple up a little over 0.5%, Microsoft up over 1.3%, definitely kind of leading the charge here. AVGO with earnings, guys. Earnings for AVGO is tonight. And it's selling off. Even though they announced a partnership with Apple. And they have earnings coming up. Kind of interesting. Kind of interesting. In fact, I might trade that after the close today. We'll see. Let's see. What about Adobe for a swing long here since it's down $67 today? Again, I'd call it more of a hero trade. It's not impossible. Heck, we were talking about it was down at what, 477, I think, when I was mentioning Adobe. But yeah, you could bounce to the VWAP for sure, which it looks like we kind of just tried to do right now. A little bit more risky. I get it though. It's up to you. Like if you believe in the company. Like for me, the only reason why I would want to swing, for example, MongoDB, their earnings were pretty darn good. The only trouble is right around the time the CFO decides to say, "Yeah, I'm leaving." So, I mean, did get a couple neutral ratings. I'm actually looking at some of the news on it. So we got a buy rating to 385, outperform to 380. That's from JMP. I should gonna look at the report here. Like here we go. Earnings were $1.16 a share, higher than the analyst consensus of 69 cents. So literally significant improvement. Revenue for the quarter came out at 529 million, beating the expected 497 million. So they beat by, let's just round up, call it 25, 30 million on the quarter. And year over year increase by 432 million for the same period. So year over year, I mean, it just, again, the numbers are amazing. Subscription revenue grew by 22% year over year. Services revenue grows by 18%. All sounding pretty good, right? Let's see. Fourth quarter, expect revenue between 515 and 519 versus the estimate of 506. Again, all trending higher. So that was based, on their guidance. So again, forward guidance looking promising. Expects adjusted earnings between $3.01 and $3.03 per share for EPS. Again, not a bad thing. And then literally we have, mostly a buyer overweight rating from Piper Sandler, Needham, Barclays, Morgan Stanley, Mizuho, Scotiabank, Goldman. I mean, everybody was like, whoa, this is good news. And then announced that the COO and CFO, Michael Gordon, will step down January 31st. Like, what? You just had great earnings. Where's that guy going and why is he leaving? So it scared the market, and we saw it. Like you see the huge, look at the chart. It goes from 348 to 392. They announced that the CFO and CEO is out, and it tanked like literally $80. So yeah, while you're losing your CFO/COO, fine, but your company is still crushing, like based on the numbers. So is this a chance to buy it? Well, is 285 the right level? Well, it's been a previous level of support, back in the day, but it also, if it breaks this level, 281, 282, 279, 275, 272. So it's a pretty volatile mover, which is why I like, buying 20 shares, whatever, fine. But knowing that it could go down to 272 or even as low as, 264 was when it actually started to pick up. Like that's 20 points away. We saw a pop yesterday. I thought for sure maybe we see a 290 today. We did momentarily. We tried to get in there and we just got run over. So I'm watching it down here at 285 as kind of a hero trade, but more as a swing trade. Because the numbers make sense. But you trade what you see, not what you feel, right? Speaking of Adobe, there's your pullback. We just got stopped out of coin, y'all. Oh well, at least we got paid on it. Tesla, perfect bounce off the VWAP here. One thing I don't like is we're coming into somewhat of the afternoon session. If you look what happened yesterday, what was that? 2:30, 3:30. Yeah, right at 3:30. Like, take a look at the cues. It's just nothing but selling. So as we go into the afternoon session, are we going to start selling off, or are we going to start buying? Now, I was a little bummed out about Netflix. I really wanted to short that stock, not because I'm against Netflix. It's kind of the opposite. I actually really like Netflix, but guys, it got up to $941 yesterday. For the longest time, it was like a $600 stock, and then one day you wake up and it's 790, and the next day it's 840, and then yesterday it was 940. Like, eh, maybe we see some profit taking. Also, worth noting, Costco reports this evening. So does Restoration Hardware. Restoration Hardware could be interesting for, frankly, to see what kind of our higher income consumer is doing. They use, I should say, Wall Street predominantly, use them as like a barometer for that. Obviously, there's other things they use as well, but Restoration Hardware, it's all big ticket items. Furniture, really nice furniture. Their sofas are great, but they're also like 15 grand. I've been of the mindset though for a really long time. You buy something, buy it right once. You know what I mean? Like we did that years ago. I mean, obviously, you have to get to a certain point where you can do stuff like that. But like a bed, yeah, spend the 10 grand or whatever it is. Get yourself a nice bed. A sofa, same thing, except you're actually going to use. And if you're never home, like we had a separate room, and it was really nice furniture, but we never used it. I'm like, why the heck did we spend 3 grand on that seat? And we like sat in it once. We maybe had like 3 guests sit in it, like on accident to like tie a shoe. You know what I mean? Anyway, so yeah. So for those of you watching kind of the hero trade, I do like MongoDB down here. I don't think it's necessarily a great trade per se, but I think it's a good position for now. You know, noting that pretty much all the analysts put it over $300. Doesn't mean it has to go there, but a lot of the analysts are calling it over 300. And then you look at today, you know, like look at we've Canaccord Genuity maintains a buy rating for MongoDB, increase its price target from 325 to 385 for sure. It's at 285 now. So it doesn't mean it has to go to 385, but you know, 300 maybe, like 15 points on it. May not happen today. Maybe it happens at the end of the year. I don't know. Well, I'm looking around, y'all. I don't see anything that I'm, in love with. We got stopped out of our coin trade, unfortunately, but it's okay. Still a winning trade. We still have Nvidia on. I'm just kind of babysitting that one a little bit. If we get run over on that one, that's okay. We took it literally almost a flawless trade, almost. The only reason I say almost is like these runners. Technically, I shouldn't have let them hang on this long, but we made a killing on it. Like I started my position, it was, baby size, then we went half size, then we went full size, then I went 1.5x, and then just got paid in the first, 3, 4 candles straight up. So I'm not upset about it. I just, now we're managing the trade. Guys, look at the pullback on MSTR. If you want volatility, that's your stock right there. Look at that thing. Pops to 413 and then sells straight down to 401. In fact, I might short this thing again. Can I get a 403 print maybe? 402, 403? Let's see. I'm going to eyeball this one, guys. MSTR might be my trade here coming up. It'll be short, but a nibble and then an add if we get the move I'm looking for. Let's see if we can get to 403 and a half-ish. Come on, get up there. Maybe even a 404. Come on. All right, I'm going to put it out there for 404.40. It'll be a nibble. Let's see if it gets up there and takes my shares. If not, I will turn this into a market order. Come on. MSTR 404.40. You can do it. You can do it. Mm-hmm. On to Papa. Almost there. I definitely don't want to see a VWAP retest. So I'm going to move out of the way here, but I'm targeting that 404.40. I had it out there as a limit order to get filled, but if it does pop and I can get a fill in at like 406, even better fill, I'll do it. Bye-bye, MSTR. 380's coming. Big break coming on MSTR any moment. Might have missed it. Mm-hmm. 401.90 coming. Netflix retreating. MongoDB stepping up. Yeah, I can switch to my screen. Give me a sec. There goes MSTR. Bye-bye. New session low coming any moment. Give me a sec here, Seth. I will switch to my screen. Come on. Okay. Let's see. Let me know. It should show up here in a moment. Let me see. Can you see that? Ta-da! There's the break on MSTR. Let's go. Well, that was fun. Oh, that's pretty wild. That's kind of gross too. In the spirit of options, I looked at the 390s. They're so expensive. And I grabbed a few of those just because instead of taking shares on that, I saw Bitcoin pulling back, and I knew that we would try. You see this 200? See that yellow line? Goal was short here, wait for that to hit wherever this price is, get paid. We did that. Made $400. This was what I was waiting for on Netflix. Let me zoom in here. 925 target, and it happened. A little disappointed, but that's okay. Watching MongoDB here, we did get a pop here, which is a good sign. I think if we get over this level, I think it starts to take off. So I'm gonna keep an eye here on MongoDB. Target was gonna be 287 level for it to take off. And this is one where I forget who was talking options, but now I'm like looking at them. So if you look at, let's pull it up. Let's use the 27 as an example. Yes, like the 27, those call options are $11. It's kind of expensive for a $300 call option. Next week, about $5. So rather than like buying the stock, you could buy basically 2 shares, or you could buy 1 contract to have this to go up to 300 by next week. And based on the price action we saw yesterday, if we get over 290, I think it's got a shot. So again, not trying to tell you what to do with your money. See the disclaimer. But I do like this stock for midterm bounce. Kind of a hero trade. Could be an opportunity to nibble here, but there's no guarantee, right? It doesn't have to go higher, lower, whatever. It's literally just tank. STR 390, 395. And I think it's more so this is a big, this Bitcoin right here. I actually think what's going to start to happen with MSTR. You ready for this? I'm going to probably get a lot of flack on the internet for this one, but Bitcoin goes higher, MSTR goes lower. and then it'll invert at some point. So if Bitcoin gets around maybe like 92,000 or so, I think then the opposite becomes true. MSTR starts to go up. I think right now what people are doing is they're trading pairs. Okay, if Bitcoin's going up, MSTR should go up, coin should go up, right? But that's not how big institutions use MSTR at all. I think some of that FOMO move, sure. But you see it baked in the options. Like I said, I mean, these options were $5. You know what I mean? Like, that's not cheap for a $400 stock. Let's look at as an example. Here's one. Microsoft. Pull that option chain. For a $450 stock, Microsoft, I'm actually going to look to same expiration, which is tomorrow. Where are we at? 453. Okay, we're close to the money. So 452.5 put option is $1.72. MSTR is a $400 stock. Options are $5. Same expiration tomorrow, and I'm 10 points out of the money, whereas Microsoft's in the money, and it's $1.70. So just goes to show, like, if you want volatility, this is the one. You know what I mean? But I don't know. You start looking at options, you understand premiums. Like, people are taking full advantage of that, especially, you know, if you're a market maker, or more importantly, you're even like an institution, you can see all of the order flow, right? And that includes options. So you can see option order flow, and then you can see what's actually out there for, you know, buy, sell, etc. So if you're looking to take premium, and you know that you're going to get options to cover, right, by running them over, like selling them down on this dip, and now you can make what, almost 100% premium on it. You know, let's just say realistically, this maybe $1.70, maybe call it even $2 with some of the volatility, but they bolt on higher IV so they can make more premium. So they're making 4 points, call it three and a half, 4 points of premium on one contract, and they can just go buy the 100 shares and run you over. Just think about it. Like, because for them, right, order blocks only move in 100 share increments. Now that's different in certain stocks, but typically if it's, you know, if it's trading at $400, you need 100 shares to move the stock price to a new number. Hey guys, watch what happens to MongoDB now. Let's see if we get over 290 now. All right, what else we got? What are we looking at? You guys remember we talked about 404.40? We could have initially got there. I took options, got paid, got out of the way. I'm not going to let somebody collect that much premium off me. No way, Jose. But this is still kind of in that level, 404.40. Like, we should see a breakdown here. If it doesn't retest the VWAP and fail, I might actually hit it again. Here goes. Look at this. You guys see this? MongoDB? 290 coming. Vincent, you're looking at oil? Okay. Give me a sec. By the way, do you guys see these the pink lines on Tesla? Levels I've marked. Feel free to use them if you want. But and no guarantees. But I was watching order flow yesterday. A lot of money came in around this 426.45, both directions. And we kind of see that level today, kind of being respected as soon as we got over, pushed higher, right? But now we saw that rejection. It's a ceiling now. Now look at the Qs. Qs are now retreating. What's a bond auction doing? Ooh, 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 ooh. Okay. Midterm hedge could be go long TLT soon. 991. Look at the Qs here. Qs are pulling back pretty sharp. Let's pull up Bitcoin again. Okay, nice bounce off the 200. You see that? Who was talking about that the other day? Was it Paul? I think it was Paul and I, right? And then look at the Qs. Check this out. 200 fail, VWAP fail. We know the level. We know the level. Right there. There's our level. We break that, bye-bye. Straight down we go. Let's pull up Meta again. Maybe get a second chance at Meta. Oh, that's brutal. Would have been great to get an entry up here, huh? Guys, this pullback in the Qs is pretty gnarly. Look at that. And what's wild, look at what happened yesterday, 3:30, okay? I'll zoom in a little bit here. So bounce, like I'm telling you, I was watching order flow actually as of like, so I marked 52973 was where I was going to start to short, okay? I got filled here, started pushing a little bit higher, pulled back, and I'm like, hey, you know, I'm a genius, right? No, market humbled me pretty quick. Pushed us to 529.87, held. Stop for me, 530.10. Okay. It was pretty tight on the stop because we were pushing higher. Almost breached 530. I think Scott was going long 530 around this time. I was still holding. No partial because I want to see an actual breakdown. Runs me over, pulls back, goes up a little bit more, and then just sells off all night. All night. And my target was always 526.72. So talk about learning the swing trade, even for me, like when I was writing in my journal, it was, could this been an ideal swing trade question mark and give myself a little bit more room to the upside? The trouble of shorting all-time highs, we talk about it. Don't do it because where's the top? You don't know, right? So I had to, you know, be mindful of my risk profile, which was, you know, 40, 50 cents. In this case, it was even tighter. So I'm not mad at the trade because I obeyed the rules that I made, right? But the trouble there is, like, I didn't even let it try to play out, and that's the trouble with shorting all-time highs because you don't know when this thing's going to quit. So even like this morning, I was watching, like, do I take the same short position? I'm like, no. Now I'm going to look and see what happens here. I'll take a short like in Meta because it was kind of weak price action wise. Pre-market, notice, pre-market, tanks, tries to get up, short, boom, paid, bounces, stopped out, right? So knowing these levels help. Sometimes they obey them, sometimes they don't. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing saying we have to come and retest this, but after a huge move like yesterday, yeah, you want to find some footing. So big chart. Let's do this. Shout out Mark for my wonderful charts here. Okay, so why are these green lines in place? 526.72. Why? Look at this high right there. See that? After that, it was 528.50. Why? Big push here. So from 520 and change, 528.50. Yeah, that became potentially a shoulder. Well, what did we see this morning? Oh, how about that? Kind of a shoulder. Is this a head and shoulder? No, I wouldn't call it that just yet. because we're printing all-time highs. So either we go way higher, and this is just an area of consolidation, but you want to see that consolidation at a minimum be at this 52672. Okay, hopefully that helps. And again, if we break that, well, you tell me, where do we go from there? This is all the fluff, I'll call it, below 52672. But it doesn't mean we get full bear, right? Not yet. It just means that there's a pullback. And then you have to see, well, what levels are we going to test next? Is it going to be 52538 or is it going to be 524? I actually think if you look left even further, close to the 5 minute here. This 524 level, I'll just mark it for sake of argument. All right, it's close enough. Make it white. Okay. How many times have we touched 524? Well, happens to be, well, we can actually say 524.04. There we go. Was a session high at one point, right? And we're seeing rejection, support, breakdown, breakout, breakdown. So 524, if you're bullish, you better hope that holds. Now, if you're 100% bull right now in this market, you definitely want to see this level hold, 526.72. And if not, well, then we're going to go see what 524 feels like. Can we bounce around in this area? Sure. You know, 525.38, 525.60. Yeah, we'll probably find some potential resistance in this area on the way down if we go down, right? But if we break below these levels up in this area, you can count on 524 to be tested. Now, does it happen today? I don't know. Does it happen by next week? Probably. If markets are favoring a downside move, sure. Anyway, hope that helps. Pull up MSTR here. I'm going to keep it on an AVGO as well. NVIDIA, I don't know, guys. What do you think? I've got runners left still. My stop is under 136, so I could save myself 20 cents. What do you guys think? We break? We made a ton of money on this thing, so I don't really mind holding a little bit, but I'll let this candle finish. If we move any lower, I'm going to come out of the NVIDIA trade. MSTR, baby. Let's go. Did I call? Oh, 405. Okay. So I was off by 60 cents. Now it really tanks. You know why? Watch this. Watch this 200 fail on Bitcoin. Bitcoin then to the close, which is right around the VWAP, and then failure a little lower. I'd say 100.5, maybe $200 lower on Bitcoin. I may come out of this NVIDIA trade. Technically, I'm down on my runners a whopping 15 cents. So it's not that bad. You know what I mean? I really do think MongoDB gets a push to 290 by today. Only trouble I have right there, volume. You're with me on MSTR, okay? Well, you picked up some options that are super expensive. They're so expensive, man. $5, man, for a $400 stock, and you're 10 points out of the money. That's crazy to me. But I was looking at it going, well, if I buy it up here at 404.40, right, as an example, and let's just say I want to buy, I don't know, 200 shares. That's a lot of money, man. You got one cut. Okay, cool. Yeah. And I definitely want to see at least a retest of the low day. And if we do, I have a feeling it's just going to straight through. But I'm watching this more than this because I want to see this take out 101 and a half and try to close, get down to where it closed. So 450 points. I want to see Bitcoin come down. And then therefore people will freak out and this will drop maybe to 396 or so. But if I get anywhere near this session low, I'm going to, be forced to take some. So I got stopped. So got in, got paid, left one, stopped out, saw 405, got in again, eyeballed the level, but I only have 2 contracts, so it doesn't matter. But they're super expensive. So I got a better entry on my re-entry. Trouble is if you're doing the same day, even on options or shares, as you guys know, that'll adjust your price. So I got it at a cheaper price, but nonetheless, like it still takes the dollar cost average of my initial entry. So we're still in the money now, but we only have 2 contracts left. So, still going to wait for the break under, which, come on, under, 3, 2, 1, under. And I'll probably just close the whole thing out. Another reason too is, so I'll keep Bitcoin up here for a sec, but look at coin. Same thing. We went long, got paid, took partials, stopped out, no worries. Like days like this, if you look more broadly, talk about our heat map, actually, I'll even keep the 0% on here. Does that look like we're moving much? All the gray represents basically flat, basically, 0.5% or less in either direction. So let's get rid of that for a second. Does that look like we're in a full bull trend today? No. Yesterday, this looked way different. Big green for large cap tech. And there was actually a lot of red, believe it or not, yesterday. So if we get rid of the big movers for a second, now look at this. Changes the story a bit, doesn't it? The reason I always say, like, if you're starting a session, I don't care if you're in, let's just use an example. Let's say you're in morning session, afternoon session, lunch session. Whenever you sit down and look at your screen, start here to figure out where's money flowing. Obviously, you can use screeners and stuff, but where's the money flowing? If you really want to see it, then use the 3%. CEG crushing it today, right? AVGO right before earnings getting pummeled. That's pretty brutal. Nucor getting just slammed into the ground. You know what I mean? So anyway, I like to use this because it helps me understand where the money's moving. And after yesterday, to see money moving out of markets, it's not that big of a surprise. Let's be honest, right? It's not like a shocker. But what is shocking a little bit is to see, guys, here comes the break. Watch this. Watch Bitcoin. Just boop, getting it ready. 3, 2, 1. Okay, there's the push. Let's see if we get some panic on Bitcoin. Where do we find buyers? Let's see. Give me that break under 400 MSTR. Bye. Guys, keep an eye on the cues as well. Look at this. I actually get out of NVIDIA a little bit earlier. Oh man. Oh, good news. Didn't get out of NVIDIA just yet. We're waiting on MSTR to break 400. As soon as I see a snap under, there it is. There it is. Now let's see some follow through. You ready? Follow through in 3, 2, 1, break. Test that low of day, baby. Why? What are we doing here? What are we doing here? VWAP likely to be retested, which also Confluence, that's where the close is. So we see a big red stripe here, count on one here. We see a bounce here, count on one here. So anyway, I think people are really, psychologically 400 magic number, right? It's a big level for MSTR. But if it snaps low or below that, I mean, wait to see what panic looks like. Okay, we're still in NVIDIA. I may dump this MSTR thing. It's just getting a little too wonky on the spreads here. NVIDIA waking up. Good news for me. Well, that's a big move on NVIDIA. Should I add to NVIDIA? I don't know. Oh, yeah. Let's do a baby ad on NVIDIA. Little one. And I'll just close out MSTR. Fine. I would get the break, but seeing our friends NVIDIA and the Qs bounce, and guys, here comes MongoDB. Over 287 this go around, I'm going to add a decent chunk here. And I'm planning on potentially holding. I say a decent chunk, it's still a swing trade, so I'm not doing like 1,000 shares or anything. But I like that it's trying to consolidate here, but it needs to show like, hey, I want to come up for air, aka 290. So I need to see 290 move. Come on, NVIDIA, you can do it. We almost got dropped out of this thing. Remember that just moments ago. So recommendation. Sorry, Chris, on MSTR. So an example, okay, let's just say you got in, I don't know, what was your entry? I'm gonna say, let's just call it $5, okay? Now the spread is, bid is 475, ask is 515, right? So if you're looking for a break, use limits on exits on something especially spready as like MSTR. Now, if you're looking at, I don't know, Apple's contracts, they move like, I don't know, 4 cents at a time. You know what I mean? Like they're not that volatile. You know what I mean? You can argue the same thing for Microsoft. Microsoft maybe a little bit more, especially as of late, because the spreads get bigger and order blocks are coming in a lot larger. But use limit orders. So like say, for example, if you know, hey, I want to make, I don't know, of that one contract, I'm going to make $70 and it costs you whatever. Like put that order out there to get it filled. And if you have to mark the order to get out of the way, fine. But when they're that spready, oftentimes you could say, for example, have an ask and put it in at 570, and then the existing ask moves out of the way and you become the ask on that one contract and you get filled. So yeah, maybe you don't take advantage of the full move, right? But at least you get paid and you're out of the way. Now you can't, you can, but if you're like, hey, I'm going to put it out there for $10 and you're at $5, well, you may or may not, you may or may not get filled, but I've seen it happen. You know what I mean? Heck, I've been in positions where like I'll put, go make some tea or something, and I'll put my contracts up for sale basically $3 more than I bought it. Guys, keep an eye on the TLT right now. Keep your eye on the TLT. But But in those situations, like I'm leaving for hours, you know what I mean? And if it hits, great. But then I also have a stop underneath it. If it moves against, no problem. I lose whatever, you know, let's just say $100. But if it moves towards my $3 target, I make, let's say, maybe 3,000 if I'm holding like 10 contracts or something like that. I don't know. Anyway, just as it's an example. Yep. You're watching on the trigger. Oh, I see. So you're just trying to market order, get out of the way. Yeah, the big thing is keep an eye on this guy right here. This can bounce around a bit, but this is your similar, like we were talking about Qs earlier. Like the only reason I added to NVIDIA, first of all, I added right around my entry, but look at the bounce on the Qs. Okay. Consolidation, 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 break, undercut, take off, retest 200, keeps going, keeps going, keeps going, keeps going. And now we broke, put in a higher low, lower low, looks bad. And then bulls come in and say, screw this. We're going to push it over 200 EMA. And now we're taking off. Like this should put in a new high of day. Should, or at least 52850. Okay. Hey, look at that. And look what MSCR is doing. How about it? Now let's see it close the gap. This has, I'd say probably 65 or 70% chance of at least coming to this close. At least. It doesn't have to, but it would be logical because look at where all the money is sitting is right at that close because they want to show that it's moving higher. So we're going to see probably some battling here, maybe some retail people coming in, buying, selling, whatever. It does help that Qs are moving higher. So, you know, if you're thinking about getting paid, whether that's the limit order or what have you, do it. Rule number one. MongoDB. All right, I'm going to put it out there. 287. Let's hit it for, I don't know, another 50. I'm not going too big on this. I've got 20 now, but let's add another 50. We'll have 70 total. Here comes NVIDIA. NVIDIA, I'm going to hold till high of day. No partials. Because if we get over this 200, like I'm basically either going to break even on this trade or we're going to take off. So I'm looking at it. MSCR has 1,500 shares at 400.80 for buyers. I'm expecting sellers to come meet them. If they don't, I'll just get out of the way. We're down to one contract. So we made a little bit of money on the first one. Guys, look at NVIDIA. Let's go. Let's go. Uh, 138. I'm gonna wait for a 138 print on NVIDIA. Okay, coming out of MSTR. Super spready on the options. Super spready. And then look what just happened on Bitcoin. Do you see that? Printed just above the 200. So tell me, like, someone wants to come in and show that their strength, and the Q's helping. SPY helping. You don't want to fight the tape. Sometimes, you know, had a plan, worked out, got paid some, right? I'm not going to wait to give all this money back. Why? I'm not going to do it. It totally could tank. Totally. You tell me. You got 3 green candles in a row. What are they called? 3 marching? I forget what they're called. All right, we're in at 287. We just added 70 shares. MongoDB. I'm looking for a 290 plus print. Won't be my biggest trade. Heck, I might actually make more money on this NVIDIA trade than this, but we start to move above 290 with some conviction. I may actually trade it, you know, like hit it for a bigger size and then take it for a point or two and then leave my, let's call it 100 shares to run. Possibly longer term, trying to get better at swing trading. Shared that with you guys as mode of vulnerability. Look, I'm not a perfect trader. I do my best to trade and be profitable every single day. That's the goal. That's the goal. That's game. That's the profession. Some days better than most. What I'm really trying to do is take advantage of big moves. Like, for example, if this goes up 20 points, huge. Yesterday, I had an opportunity to swing trade my short position on the Qs. I chickened out, and I know exactly the reason. Anybody want to guess? Starts with an S. Sizing. Sizing. So yesterday on the Qs, if I had a smaller position, probably would have been more apt or prone to want to hold the short. Why? It only went 70 cents against my position. Anyhow, trying to get better, always looking for ways to improve. Someone asked me a question. I forget when it was. It was a couple of days ago. But it was something to the effect, and I'm paraphrasing here, so forgive me. But how do you know when you're ready to be a full-time trader? I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but it was kind of a question like that. So many traders, and maybe we should do a vote. I know we've got a smaller group now, but how many of you were profitable your first year day trading? We've got a smaller group, so if you guys participate, I'd appreciate it. But one, if you were profitable your first year day trading, and two, if you were not. Your first year of trading, were you profitable or were you not? And I appreciate the honesty. Steve, yep, looks like you were. And it looks like, okay, appreciate the honesty, guys. There's no judgment, guys. I mean, it's actually kind of prove a point. So Lee, no, okay. So 2 represents that you were not profitable, correct? Oh, I see, Seth. Okay, so gambling, basically. No, it's all good, man. I get it. And appreciate the honesty. So look, the reason I ask that is most people in this business are not profitable traders their first year. Why? Psychology of trading, entries, exits, fundamentals, macros. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff that you have to understand to be profitable in this business. Now you can make it really simple and just go, hey, line goes up, I buy. Line goes down, I sell. Great. That'll work, 8% of the time, depending on where you want to get your entries and exits. If you set it, forget it, maybe. But at that point, you're basically an investor, not a trader. Okay. In our business, I always say it's fighting for points, right? So and why would you get that point? So say, for example, on NVIDIA, I think NVIDIA really has a shot to 142. Why? Well, AVGO is going to report. NVIDIA is going to likely benefit. AVGO may miss, but with this partnership with Apple, I'm sure they're going to ask about it, and maybe you're going to see a rally in AVGO. Conversely, if they don't see that rally, well, I'll be there to participate. That said, someone asked that question, when do you know you can do this full time? Now I was like, look, it's a tough question. It's different for everybody. But if you can go, let's say year 1, negative. Okay. And hopefully you learned, you journaled, maybe you joined a community like us and you learned a thing or two. Paul, when you retire. I hear you, man. But basically, if you can go a year break even, you have a shot at being a good trader. Think about what I just said. If you can go a year break even, and by the way, I mean like you're taking over 100, 150 to 200 trades a year. Okay. I sometimes do that in like a month. But if you can break even after, let's just say a year of doing this, because sometimes the curve is different. Like sometimes people are just naturally brilliant or incredibly lucky. I don't know. Right. But the name of the game is if you can actually break even for a year and actually have strategies and find out what your edge is. Like, what is your edge? You know, like I share the screens I'm sharing right now as an example, right? This is not the end all be all. This is not the only strategy, the only game in town. You know what I mean? Like, this is literally like the reason these lines are here for you guys. Do I use the 200? Yes. Is it this bold? No. But now I've gotten used to looking at it so much because I'm showing it to you guys. But it's to try to create a strategy that like helps your probability of winning. Now, it doesn't guarantee it. Nothing is guaranteed but death and taxes, right? So at the end of the day, limiting loss is your main thing, Chris. Yeah, well, that's risk management. So you have the psychology of trading, a big thing, and we're all different, every one of us, right? Um, you know, many people in the trade that I was messing around here with MSTR, you know, knowing that I re-entered here, got paid when we tanked here, like cool. Most people would just hang on. And that's, hey, that's fine. That's fine for everybody. For me, I don't mind getting paid. I really don't. In fact, that's my rule number one that I talk to you guys about all the time. You know, but risk management's a big one. That's the psychology of trading. So it's a thing that, you know, we'll say bucket number one. Where do I need to learn? Boom, there's one. Technical analysis, obviously, we use that a lot. You hear people talk about charts a lot. In fact, the problem I have with half the people talking about charts, they don't know what they're talking about, which is okay. Nothing against them, but like, you know, there's actual courses. I'm actually in the process of taking it right now. It's called the CMT. Basically, it's the path to become a quant. What's called a quant in this business, but it's the name of the CMT is a chartered market technician. So basically, you're kind of like the guys helping build the algos. But I'm fascinated by that because a lot of that has to do with math. A lot of it has to do with you know, market structure, etc. So ultimately, the answer is 44 trading, Chris. Yeah, you got it. That's what we're here for. No, but ultimately, guys, like, you know, when I get those kind of questions, I don't want to discourage anybody. Like, I love this business. I really do. More so because it also is like, I don't know, some people like keeping up with the Kardashians or these types of shows. And hey, that's totally fine. And I use that kind of as I'll say it's an extreme example, but like, I don't watch that. But I get it. You know, TV is for entertainment and shows and all that other fun stuff. But most of the stuff I watch is to like learn things. And the cool thing about markets is like you never stop learning in this business ever. Like, I get humbled pretty regularly in this business, and I love it. I think it's part of the best part of this profession is going, wow, I didn't know that. You know. Anyway, all that to say, you know, when people ask that kind of question, I don't know what they're hoping the answer is because we're all different. You know, like, who was it who said you need to retire? Paul. When you retire, you can become a professional trader. Yeah, but you know, the big thing is like finding your edge. We all have a different edge. I would argue, you know, Mark, shout out to Mark, right? Mark, he's got his own edge, right? Maybe using thought process and scanning capabilities of this whole community, but you know, we all have a different edge. Heck, for some of you, it might actually be something as simple as risk tolerance. Like, look at MSTR now. You know what I mean? So, coulda, shoulda, woulda. Was hoping for this breakdown. We missed it. Now, if you're in this, you'd be looking for at least 395. Forget 397. Go see what 395 looks like. So I know, like, that's for me. That's one of the things that is not my edge. Is oftentimes I won't wait for my target. I want to get paid and move on. But that's like what's made me a profitable trader is not being afraid to get paid and move on. You know, for moves like Nvidia, where I already got paid big time on this trade, and now I added to a winning position. Yeah, now I don't mind waiting because no matter what, I'm up on this trade. You know, this MongoDB trade, a little disappointed that we didn't actually crack the VWAP here. 288, we should have kept going. We didn't. So I'm still in the trade, but that's a little bit of a bummer. I was hoping for a more a push, which we should get right now, by the way, on NVIDIA over 13715. 13715 prints. Off we go. Anyways, I'm just providing liquidity for you guys. So, oh man. Thanks, bud. Sim trade until you're winning. That, yes, Paul, if you treat it as if it's real money. You know, that was another thing. Someone mentioned to me, like, hey, I crushed it in my demo account and I'm like such a great trader and all this other stuff. And I'm like, well, do you have your trading journal from what you were doing? No, I didn't keep track of it. Like, okay, for me, that's like red flag number one. You know, you should be journaling your trades and entries and exits and why. Winning and losing. Like, you should be able to analyze your day and go, man, where could I have done better on this? You know, some people think like, oh, I took a winning trade. I'm freaking amazing. Like, I don't need to review anything. I'm the king of kings. Like, no. You know, like, I'm going to look back at the MSCR trade and, hey, I had a target. I banked profit. Why didn't I see through to my target? I'm already telling you, like, that's going to go in my journal for the day. 404 target entry. Got in early on some options. Gets back up to 405. See the rejection. Get back in some options. Get paid, but then didn't see through my target. Opportunity to learn, right? So anyways, the reason I say that is sometimes that demo account or sim trading, even if you're profitable there, if you're using it just as like almost like, I would argue, if you're gambling with real money or you're gambling with monopoly money, how long before you just throw all your money on the table? You know, like, oh, YOLO, let's see what happens. And that's kind of the trouble with some of the demo accounts. Like, granted, if you treat it as real money, like it's your own money, yeah, that helps big time to give you an edge, to help learn, like getting comfortable clicking the button, getting in and out of positions, finding and identifying targets, etc. Like, that's a good thing when it comes to demo accounts. In fact, I recommend that to a lot of people. If you're new to trading, start with demo. You know, only to get used to like getting in and out of trades. Now, I always say the sooner you can actually trade real money, now you're dealing with the psychology of trading, which is more realistic. You know, because it is stressful. You know, when you're putting your money on the line every time you click a button. I mean, depending on your psychology of that trade, if you don't develop good habits early on, you can easily develop bad habits, aka adding to losing trades. We don't allow that. I shouldn't say we don't allow it, but it's highly not recommended. You know what I mean? If you've got a trade that's moving against you, do not add. Wait till it's in favor. We did that with NVIDIA just now, right? Came back to our original entry. We added a little bit. I'm not adding full size yet. You know, if we get over 137.5, yeah, I might hit it again instead of taking a partial, because I know what I want is a 138 print now on NVIDIA. But that's just an example. Anyways, I hope that helps. But I got that question the other day and I really thought, man, it's a hard one to answer, you know, because it's not easy to, especially if you got a good paying job and stuff, like it's not easy to walk away from that. In fact, why not do both? You know, if you can get good at day trading and have a really good paying job, I'd recommend do that. Anyways, look, guys, we're approaching 12:30. You guys know what I'm trying to do on a video. We see 13755. We're hitting this thing. And I'm looking for a 138 print. MongoDB, I don't know. Really wanted 290 on it. I saw it 288 get poked there for a second, but getting a little bit concerned. It might actually drop here. So if it does, bummer. But with that, any questions, any stocks you guys want to take a look at before I take off for the day? Anyone? Actually, I think Vincent, you were asking that. Oil stocks. Same concept I've been talking about, right? Maybe a swing. They're not getting the love right now. But like I was even looking at wheat, for example. Wheat could be interesting. I mean, it's really cheap. I mean, obviously it's a fund, but safe bet, let's say in oil, you could do, oh, whoops, wrong one. Sorry about that. I'm drawing a blank right now. Oh, here we go. Looking for an ETF across energy. There you go. Instead of picking a stock, XLE. Right now, it's not really getting love, and that's okay. Maybe it's not the sector to rotate into right now, but it you know, buying at some of these levels for like a swing or even investment like that, I think that's wise. It's diversification. Now, cue the disclaimer: it's your money, risk it however the heck you want. But do we see some rotation into the space? Probably. Maybe not till January. Guys, we're getting ready to hit this thing full size on a video. We should get a breakout right now. 137.55. I'm gonna nail it. Anyways, MongoDB limping around, unfortunately, but we're gonna hang on to this. I said if we get over 290 today, we'll probably hit it for an actual trade. Maybe get it to like 292 or something. If we get to 290, which I have no idea. I mean, right now it doesn't look very promising, but if we do, I'll hit it for a trade and then take majority of the position off. Maybe leave, I don't know, 80 shares, something like that, to continue the move. Big if, it's definitely more of a hero trade, but I'm looking at this more of like a swing trade for me. NVIDIA though, I want to see 137.5. We'll add if we get over this 53. So let's call it 137.55. Could be a rejection there, but if I see a breakout there, I'm going to wait for a 138 print at a minimum to get paid. Ideally 138.60, but that might be asking too much of a move on NVIDIA, but we'll see. Put this up here, AVGO, as we look into earnings this evening on AVGO. Also should be watching Costco into earnings. So I think Costco, look, well-run business, incredible performance from a revenue perspective. They're not getting rid of the $1.50 hot dog combo anytime soon. Per the exiting CEO, they said, look, that's something we're never getting rid of, period, end of discussion. But it is pretty expensive stock right now. So I'm gonna actually pull it up real quick and see what the spread is on that expected move. Just call it $1,000. 40 bucks. So up to a $40 move on Costco. It's pretty, actually not bad. Was that like 4%? Yeah, 4% move to the upside or downside, which is pretty conservative, actually. They have a big miss that could easily move a lot more than that. Actually, we'll put some guardrails on it right now. We'll call it 970-ish, the downside. And then around there. That's there's the bumper cars on Costco. So we'll see. Anyhow, I will be trading AVGO in the after. Looking to see if we get this big pop here on NVIDIA. Looks like we're going to get it, folks. Hopefully some of you guys are able to take this trade number 2 on NVIDIA this time, though. Let's see if we get a little more follow through. With that, I am watching the TLT. Keep that on the side somewhere. Keep an eye on it. Kind of the truth teller of things to come in the bond market. All right, y'all. That's it for me. Keep an eye on those trades if you're following along. If not, I will see all of you tomorrow at the open. I appreciate y'all. Thank you for the support. Thanks for the interaction. Hopefully it's of value to you. See you tomorrow at the open. Cheers. God bless.